Good morning, y'all. Good morning. Howdy doody, everybody. Let's get this party going. Happy Friday, y'all. We are doing another early morning stream. It is Friday, May 8th. Good morning, Bane. Good morning, JN. Good morning, y'all. If you are a Trump supporter or a conservative or MAGA and you want to debate, hop into the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. We are doing friendly debates, nothing but kitties and puppy dogs and sunshine and rainbows and friendship and debates about politics. I did just crack open a Celsius. Good morning, Shannon. Yes, I don't know how long I'll be able to keep this up, but we're kind of on a schedule right now, 2 days in a row, which is big for me. Real big. Growth. Flourishing. We'll see. Cause I've got the magic in me. Because I ate a full thing of saltine crackers for breakfast. It's not bad. Good morning, Ashley. Good morning, y'all. Guys, hook me up with some taps. Give me some taps. Give me some shares. I appreciate the follow already. Cash. Hello, hello. What's up, Nicole? What's up, Jeremy? For sure. What's up, my homeboy, God? God, we gotta talk. There's some stuff going on you should address. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I listen on my way to work. I hope everybody's having an awesome morning. I hope everybody slept with a very nice, cool, chilly pillow. I hope that the covers covered your feet. I hope you made a great burrito last night that lasted all 8 or 9 hours or 12. Unless you're MAGA. I hope someone comes tickles your feet when you're sleeping. I am an X-Leaf Ninja. I am. What's the temp down there? It's in the 50s. It's like 70 outside. It's perfect outside. What is it? It's probably like 65 right now. And it's not really full. Sun's not all the way out, I guess. Super great. Hashtag for you page. Guys, let's get to 10K likes really quick. Fill up the bar right here. And if you haven't followed, hit the plus sign. This is a new account. I want to be saying it for a few more weeks, I guess. But this is a new account. My main account is banned.
Brother, I am done.
Guys, we'll give this person some money for dancing. If you guys want to send this person some gifts, this guy's trying. I can get behind this. I can get behind this, y'all. Let's give him some coins. I'm sure it goes a long way. What flag is that? Is that just a shirt? I can get behind this, y'all. Let's go, dude. Dude, I hope this guy has an awesome day. Let's buy this guy some fucking. Let's buy this guy some grub. Go Johnny, go Johnny, go Johnny, go Johnny, go Johnny. Get it, get it. Let's go, dude. Yo. Let's get him at least 200 coins, guys. Come on now. Let's go, dude. Let's go. This guy's got moves, dude. Yo, Siberio, thank you for the 15 finger hearts to the guest. Come on, y'all. Give this guy some gummy bears. Give this guy a good Friday. We owe the Middle East some apologies. Let's give him some love. Should the minority dictate the lives of the majority? You mean the rich? Oh shit, this guy's at 500. Now pickles. You'll never catch me, guys. All right, much love, Johnny King. Much love. I hope you have a good day.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I am actually.
Nice. All right. What do you like about Trump?
Uh, well, quite a few things actually. Um, Actually, the last two that were done, I really like. Stopping California from controlling Texas and Florida, and then stopping the racial gerrymandering in the two blue states. I thought that was a good move too.
All right, we can address that. So, here's what I'll say. In Texas, do you think there's more Republicans than Democrats?
Uh, yeah, maybe there could be, or it could be even half and half.
It's it's actually 8 million liberals and 6 million Republicans. Did you know that?
No, well, that's close to almost half.
It's
You said 6 to 8.
yeah.
So what are we, like two numbers off then? Like 6 and 7 and 8.
Yeah. Yeah. In the last 30 years, how many times have Republicans won the popular vote?
Ooh, it's been a while.
It's like once.
Uh, yeah, that I can remember. Yeah, the last election.
In 1960, how many black people held any type of office?
I don't know. You can tell
Even
me.
city council.
City council.
Anything up from city council to city clerk.
I could even say like any black politicians. Probably
How many?
0.
It's 72. 10 years
72.
later, after the Civil Rights Act and the racial gerrymandering laws we put in place, how many do you think there were?
Probably more.
1,500.
Okay. I mean, should you be basing voting off a race or just the general public as a collective?
So I think that they absolutely do this off of race, regardless of what you think. So 90% of black male voters they vote for Democrats, and the majority of those voters that are black just so happen to also be in the most populated poverty areas in inner cities, things like that. So if Republicans really, really wanted to skew how the outcomes of an election happen, they can just draw them all in one in one circuit. In fact, in Tennessee, what they did was they divided all of the black neighborhoods into 5 so that their counts are so diluted they don't matter at all.
I think what I thought there wasn't a divide. They wanted to stop the divide.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's what they tell you. But I think that if we took away districts and things like that, gerrymandering altogether, we did everything off popular vote, I don't think Republicans would win very much at all.
I mean, how can you explain a lot of like you say, minorities voting for Trump though?
There was an increase, but it wasn't a majority of minorities at all.
Okay, so why was it an increase though?
Because Trump ran on fascist rhetoric, and it's pretty effective.
So wait a minute. So minorities voted for Trump because he was fascist.
Mm-hmm.
So would you say those people are probably fascists too?
Yep.
Okay. So you're saying they don't know how to vote then, right?
I think they were tricked. Yeah.
Okay, so you as a white tea person, you're stating that minorities don't know how to vote, and you can tell them how to vote correctly, right?
No, I'm saying the right doesn't know how to vote.
Oh, the right doesn't know how to vote. Okay,
I don't think. Yeah, like
so
Melvin, can you tell me one like thing Biden passed during his administration, like a law he passed?
a law?
Yeah.
No, nope. And the CHIPS Act. I mean, we can go off that one. The CHIPS Act or whatever that helped America. It actually didn't, because a lot of those companies that those chips went to laid people off, so that didn't work out too good. So
Was it before or after Trump's tariffs?
no, that was actually before Trump.
So Biden created 15 million jobs since the Cold War. How many jobs have Republicans created versus Democrats? Like, what do you think the ratio is?
You're talking about the jobs that came back
I mean, since the
after
Cold War.
C9. Oh, the C19, the jobs that came back after that. If those jobs are already there, how did he create jobs?
So I live in Texas, and there were businesses that just went completely out of business. Businesses that had been alive for like 30, 50 years, historical businesses, they went all the way out of business. All the way.
And why was that? Why did they go out of business?
Because of COVID.
Oh, okay. The shutdowns, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The pandemic?
Do you think those businesses wanted to stay open?
I mean, possibly some of them, but
Possibly?
should we be creating super spreader events? 1.2 million people died from COVID.
No. I mean, that'd be a question you have to ask Bill Gates and the Clinton Foundation. I mean,
why would we have to ask them?
Oh, you know, they made millions of dollars off that. So,
okay, and why would we have to ask them?
well, you don't know that.
Do you know what the COVID excess death rate? Have you ever looked at it?
You never looked in the e-files at all, or any of the emails regarding population control with Bill Gates and Epstein?
I know Steve Bannon talked a lot about helping Trump get elected and doing a bunch of nativism stuff, which is what you guys voted for. But you see this.
No, I was talking about population control that Bill Gates and Epstein were talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. We're in population decline. For the richest of the rich, it's bad for them. So there's no reason why they would want less people alive.
So why are we in population decline?
Because people aren't having kids.
Why not?
Because when things get very good in a developed country, people just stop having kids. When you reduce education and when you're a poorer country, you actually have more kids.
Yeah, you're correct on that. Poor people do have more children.
Mm-hmm. So I think that might be possibly Trump's angle. I don't know, but he is doing mass deportation, which is making population decline even worse. Here's the excess death rates. You see this big hump in excess people dying?
Oh, wait, so you're saying that since Trump's deporting people, the native population's gone down?
The population in general has gone down, yeah.
So you're talking about the native population, the people that are citizens of that country?
I don't have to be talking about the native population. When people come here, they're part of the population. And when they reproduce, they help us with birth rates.
Oh, but they don't have to be legal citizens, right?
I don't think it bothers me that much now.
Okay, great. I can go to China then and be voting their elections then, right?
I don't know what that means, but sure, you can try.
Why wouldn't that work?
I guess because they're a isolationist kind of country.
Oh, what? Because they have laws, right?
I mean, there's plenty of laws. I believe there's like 30 countries with birthright citizenship. It's not something we uniquely do.
Okay. Which countries have birthright citizenship?
Just about every country that is connected by land to us, and a lot of Europe.
Oh, so does China have it, and Japan? What else? How about let me see, Poland? Does that have birthright? Does Poland have birthright citizenship?
Birthright. China does not have birthright citizenship for children born to foreign nationals. I don't know. Is Poland like the type of country you want to be?
What's wrong with Poland?
Poland does not have unrestricted birthright citizenship. I don't know, but they're basically like the Texas of Europe. So I guess they're a little conservative. I don't know.
Why do you think they're conservative?
Politics. I don't know why.
Really, politics? Would you maybe consider their history?
Well, I guess. What about their history makes them conservative?
Being torn apart all the time by invaders. First, the World War II by both sides.
Yeah, I think that the communist movement in the USSR probably turned them off and probably swung the pendulum in that country far right. But I don't say that that's like the only or the best way to do things. When we're in population decline, there's literally nothing worse for our economy than that.
Oh yeah, I agree with you on that.
So I don't care about being picky about who gets to come here and be a citizen. I didn't do anything to earn to be a citizen. I was just like born here. It was just like my spawn location.
Yeah, no, I agree. Immigration can help though. I would just people need to be vetted though.
Need to be vetted.
Yeah.
Cool. So if we just like vetted everybody who's here, should we let them stay?
What do you mean? A bit here already?
Mhm.
No, I'm talking about immigration.
Yeah, I know. Everybody here that's undocumented, if we vetted them and made it legal, would you be cool with that?
Oh, if they got vetted properly?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Do you think that's more or less cheap than deportation?
Well, deportation can work. Countries do have laws, just like foreign countries
That's not what
do.
I'm asking, though.
So, yeah, if you can be vetted and, even claiming asylum, there's criteria for claiming asylum, which is religious, ethnic, and racial persecution. It's not economic. Yeah.
So the reason a lot of these countries do spill into our countries because we go around and fuck with them. So like Venezuela, when Trump ran a coup in Venezuela and then stopped trading oil with them when he was caught and failed, uh, their country's economy just nosedived. And then he gave Venezuela's temporary protective status, which just allowed all of them who came to our door in.
So wait a minute. So you're saying the coup, which was what was that? Going down there and like kidnapping Maduro that started the coup.
No, this was before his first administration.
Okay. All right. And then the companies that were down there, I guess the oil and fuel companies, were those Venezuelan companies or American companies?
Venezuelan.
Oh, they were? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, if they're a communist country, I'm sure a lot of them were state owned, right?
Oh, so you mean that the communist government got in and took control of those corporations, right? Because isn't that what fascism does that too? Fascism is about control of corporations.
Kind of. Fascism's more about like enabling corporate power and corporatism to
Correct.
dictate laws. So it's not that exactly that the government controls them. It's more like they hold hands and get rich together and make the country poor.
No,
Kinda
it's
what
not
Trump's doing.
it's not the corporations that make the laws. No, it's the fascism is just like communism. The government takes control of the
It's not
corporations.
true.
No, that is true.
That's not a part of it because they're extremely capitalist. It's far right. It's not socialized at all.
All right. Okay. Do you know who Giovanni Gentile is?
No.
Okay, you might want to look that up. So, yeah. Yeah, like I said, I was happy about, like I said before, with California not being allowed to dictate to Texas and Florida, and the racial gerrymandering that was going to happen under Democrats. If they can win an election, being honest, and I do agree with this, I think foreign governments should not be influencing our elections or non-government organizations. I think it should be grassroots. The voters should choose.
Yeah, if we took money out of politics, I think that there would be very little things you would figure out or find appealing about the right. Mostly, from what I've heard, the right basically they vote on rhetoric, and they don't really understand like the laws that are implemented by each party. They don't know the difference
Okay.
between how they handle the budget. They don't know how the difference is and how they control the economy. They basically just take these social wedge issues that are pretty much like created in think tanks by like Heritage Foundation and rich people to get you guys to vote against your own interests. And you can see that right now, the economy is just shitting right now. The whole world.
So
economy.
what do you think my interests are?
Because
you said you did say your interests, all right?
Yeah,
so what do you think my
I'm going to
interests
assume
are?
you want to pay less taxes, right?
How would I do that under a Democratic administration?
So Democrats always try to cut taxes and do progressive tax rates. So the lowest, like bottom 60 or 80% of the economy, which is the majority of people, they would cut taxes more for them and raise taxes for corporations.
All right. So how come under every Democratic administration, like my taxes have never been cut? Why is that?
Because how long do tax laws last, man?
Oh, okay.
How long?
Okay. Okay. All right.
How long?
So I thought Democrats were for cutting taxes.
How long are they? How often are they written?
Oh, okay.
How often?
So if they're not written that often, so why should I trust that then?
So it's like every 8 or 10 years,
Mhm.
and so Donald Trump in 2017 was able to write them, and then since he lost the second campaign, and he's in the third time, he gets to write them again. So during Biden, we were under Trump's tax law.
Yep. Oh yeah, I knew that. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So that's why.
So that was Trump's tax law, right?
Yeah.
So not like anybody else's, right?
Right.
Okay. Okay.
So
So
effectively,
would-
95% of America's population paid higher taxes this year because of Trump's law, even though he tricked you guys into thinking like no tax on tips and all that stuff was going to offset it. His illegal tariffs cut into that. We can look at gas prices in the economy. He made 0 jobs last year, which is fucking pathetic. Really bad.
So the tax on tips, which state blocked that actually?
I don't think any states blocked it, did they?
California blocked it.
Okay.
Why did they do that? I thought they were for the people, man. Come on.
California has to pay every other state's bills, especially all the red states. They can't balance a budget.
Oh, okay. They have to pay everybody else's bills.
Yeah, they pay about 20% of this country's bills.
Oh, okay.
So if you look at this map right here, all of the red states, which are also mostly conservative states, they take more from the federal government than they give. California, for every $1 they give, they get 88 cents back. So that's basically paying all the bills for all these red states that are still trying to figure out the economy. It's still at 240 years later.
The funny thing is too. So you said the red states, right? So what was it? You said Texas. I'm from Michigan too. That's not a red state, but I would say a large majority of the people are conservative.
Okay, but with progressive laws, with democratic laws, they balance budgets, and with Republicans, all they do is cut taxes.
Well, I do agree on Whitmer's policy with taking the cell phone usage out of public schools. I mean, you can have them, I guess, for emergency purposes, but I thought that was a great plan. So I'm not completely against Democrats. Like there's some, I don't have to vote for all policies of a president.
Yeah.
So I could just go, well, this guy's policy is okay. And
have you ever looked at the budget, like the federal deficit? This is how it's working under like Republicans. They explode the deficit because they just do giant tax breaks for rich people, and then Democrats balance it. and then they do
So
giant tax breaks, and then
they
Democrats
do
balance it, and then
they do tax breaks for the people that create jobs, right?
that's not really a thing that happens. We have 40 years of data on that. So they create
Okay.
one job for every 50 jobs we create.
Yeah. I was disappointed with when Trump banned the they're called the bump stocks for pew pews or whatever. I was really disappointed with that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
but yeah.
I don't really care about pew pews that much. I have some, but I'm not so blind to like the budget and the economy that I vote for just my pew pews.
Yeah, but come on, do you ever think anything's ever gonna get fixed at all?
Mm-hmm. Every time
I don't
Democrats are
believe
in
that.
office, they do far better, way better.
Yeah. So if they did, like how come they didn't win the last election? I'm just really confused on that one.
Because people like you don't have any idea like the nature of policies that pass.
Oh. Well, I was gonna just vote for Trump no matter what, but I was really surprised at the people that were like, I voted for Biden and this ain't working out for me. So probably uh those people need a talking to,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Yeah. So Trump spent 4 years campaigning like a weirdo for president. It's kind of a like unprecedented thing that he did. And he spent all 4 of those years trying to make sure that everyone blamed the bad economy on Biden and not COVID. And high gas prices were blamed on Biden when it was actually Trump. He went around pointing at Biden, saying it was his fault, but Trump literally made gas prices high during Biden's presidency.
Yeah,
Then
I
he,
see those stickers at gas pumps with Biden on them and it says, did I do that? And then it
yeah,
pointed at yeah.
hmm
I thought those were kind of funny, but
yeah,
yeah.
that's just propaganda.
Yeah, it is. It's propaganda. It is definitely. So, but I don't really believe a lot of these politicians, though. We got one running in Michigan right now. I think his name's Perry Johnson. And you're going to laugh at this too. He goes, if you vote for me, I'm going to get rid of all the corruption and balance the budget. And I start laughing at that. When he talks about the corruption and fraud, I'm going, oh, now he's like jumping on Nick Shirley's coattails. And I'm like, this guy's pathetic, man. I'm like, now you're going to jump on that bandwagon? I'm like, yep,
Yeah,
that's bullshit.
I think it's Republicans are really good at highlighting and finding crimes and pointing at Democrats and trying to make it look one-sided. If you look at Trump's administration, last year alone, he pardoned like dozens of huge fraudsters who probably just paid for pardons. And we have Governor DeSantis, who has a $10 million fraud lawsuit going on right now. But you guys are more obsessed with like Wall's proximity to some fraud or, uh, some hospice fraud in California. I think it's funny.
Oh, that I would say something about this. So, with the Nick Shirley bill and stuff, this is what I really believe on this. All right. I believe this fraud's been going on. Really believe both parties knew it was going on. And for this guy to step out and go, there's fraud. And then they all pretend like it wasn't happening, even in the Republican Party. They were like, oh my God, we got to nail. Come on. I'm like, you guys knew this was happening the whole time. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah. Trump's been caught doing fraud. He had a fraudulent university. He had a fraudulent charity. He's not even allowed to run a charity in New York anymore. Like he hired his children to his first administration and made them billions in the Middle East. He's making billions now. He's made more than every politician that ever existed in the United States, all put together times five last year.
Yeah, and I would say too, like I didn't see like Obama trying to enrich his children. I did see Biden trying to enrich his son with Burisma and Ukraine and stuff.
That's just
Uh,
propaganda.
nah, well, whatever. And then the Trump's kids or whatever. I mean, if I had children, why wouldn't I want to do that too?
That's called
You know?
nepotism. So it's a bad precedent for our country, and it's bad leadership. And I think he just does a lot of projection when doing fraud. He tries to point out other fraud while he's doing it
Mhm.
to distract y'all while he enriches himself.
Yeah, I don't think I'm really distracted at all. So I just hope we have better candidates the next election coming up.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know why anybody would ever vote for conservatives who have bankrupted this country effectively so far. So far, our GDP has been surpassed by our debt for the first
I
time.
wouldn't say conservatives bankrupt it, maybe just politicians.
Now, conservatives are uniquely bankrupting the country, and they have been since 1980.
All right. If they're conservative, they should be conserving, right?
Yeah, I know they don't do that. They just tell y'all they're conservative.
Yeah, I'm just like the other thing too. You brought up with the thing with blocking or supposed blocking of the funding to what is that, the U.S. aid or whatever, the AID or whatever it was called.
Mm-hmm.
Those programs. I was like, man, we got enough problems over here. So, but I really believe in the end, I don't think any of these people are gonna help us out at all.
Yeah, I think Trump promising America first and then raking away trillions of dollars of Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, food stamps. There are far
Well,
more people struggling now because of Trump's tax breaks for the rich and his war in the Middle East and Venezuela and Cuba and his threats across the world. We have lost all of our friends on the world stage. We've been kicked out of like 7 military bases in different countries now because of Trump's disgusting actions on the world stage.
well,
Uh,
you got to admit though, those countries that are kind of like like you got England, all right, maybe France, Germany is like you know, uh, that country's pretty much like overran. So is France. France has always been a basket of
German,
weirdos anyway,
I
weirdos all through history.
I don't know what that means, but like yeah, they're some of the biggest economies in the world. They're very successful countries.
Yeah, I would say like engineering and stuff, Germany, Volkswagen, BMW, Daimler, and certain other things. Oh, Bayer, that was Bayer Pharmaceuticals. Let me see. Oh, that was under the guy in World War II, Bayer. Let's see. Oh, Fanta. That was another one. Yeah, the country's pretty much like America's been kind of corrupt for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, well, like I said, we got to get rid of the foreign funding and stuff, and then just the funding from I know Democrats say they don't do it, the politicians, but they're also funded too. And like I said, this should go back to either grassroots voting, or maybe we should even raise the voting age to maybe like 26 years old, or have 5 years of like civil service. It could be military or feeding homeless.
Yeah,
You know,
I don't like that idea.
well, it's stake though. I mean, like I
It's
wouldn't.
representation, no
Well, the
representation.
representation is this. So, like, you would say, like, I wouldn't want a Trump supporter voting for my interests, and I wouldn't want like let's say like an 18-year-old, that lives at their mom and dad's house, that works at Starbucks 4 days a week, that's depressed, and it's probably on TikTok all the time, just crying about their life. I'd want like somebody in the military I would like really respect, as a leader. Somebody that actually has stake, I'm not saying like a billionaire, but somebody that's actually done something
I
for
think that's
America.
that's an extremely fascist take, I guess.
No,
If
it's
you
it's
don't,
really not.
so like if Trump ruins the economy so much so that nobody's able to own a home and everybody's poor and everybody has a job at Starbucks, then nobody will be able to vote.
Well, I mean, if you're working at Starbucks, I don't think there's any way you're ever going to own a home. I
Okay.
mean, unless you could save your money and do some really smart investments. There's people that have ended up like that. Worked at McDonald's and invested money in the stock market. Really, you know, really smart about it. So yeah, but I do agree with the Starship Troopers whole thing. Citizenship equals service. Or service equals citizenship. You
Yeah.
know.
I think that's disgusting. Honestly, 60% or 70% of people who serve in the military. I mean, you got to remember they go through boot camp and they're effectively like brainwashed to just basically follow authoritarian and rule and not question their leaders. I think that's what kind of gives them a right-leaning stance when they come out. They
So
enjoy
you're
structure.
saying that all the people that fought like in World War II are brainwashed by authoritarians?
Hmm.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, if you're being trained to kill without hesitation with extreme prejudice, no matter where you are, even if it's a child holding a gun, that's what you're trained to do in boot camp.
All right, so it's fine for your an enemy combatant to do that to you, but you're not allowed to do that back to them.
No, I'm just saying that that's what those enemy combatants are also probably conditioned to think.
Exactly.
So yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's not effective. It's very effective, and I think that it stops you from like really thinking for yourself. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean, thinking for yourself's really good. I mean, um, and I do appreciate different people. And I was just watching a YouTube video with these people of the I guess the hippies or whatever. That go to what is it out in was it where whatever Mount Shasta is or whatever, and they think there's like aliens that land there, and they're all part of like the Zen thing, and whatever you want to call it, spiritual plane garbage and stuff. And I'm like, wow, man. I was like, I wish my parents were rich so I could just do acid all the time and just drive around in my car and be lazy. That'd be great.
did you know that 2% of your party, which is millions of people, are literally flat earthers, and they're allowed to vote?
I've actually never heard that from anybody before. The only first time I've seen that was on TikTok.
Yeah, it's millions of y'all.
Flat earthers.
Yeah.
Huh, yeah, that's very strange. Huh. Jeez, oh Pete's, man. I'm like, what are these people thinking when we went to school? We always had a globe all the time.
Yeah.
So,
And 80% of y'all are very religious and believe in magic and talking snakes and 6,000-year-old Earth.
well, don't atheists believe in dogma too, a belief in something?
No, I don't have any beliefs. I know science, but
Well,
when
do you believe that people should be treated good, like a belief in justice and stuff and equality? Isn't that some kind of a dogma?
it doesn't include magic.
Well, what don't include magic?
Science.
So, like science, like what kind of science though?
Geology.
Like the earth is round, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you believe that there's like aliens hiding underneath Mount Shasta?
No.
You don't?
Do you?
Do you believe in aliens at all?
Yeah.
You do?
I believe the possibility of aliens. I think it's inevitable. Like the Earth is only 4 billion years old, and the universe is 14 billion years old, and the elements that create life are also the most abundant elements in the universe. And it's just a matter of the temperature of the planets and whether or not it sustains life. There's infinite amounts of like exoplanets in the universe that I think you would be very egocentric to think that we're the only people or the only living beings, even if it's just bacterial life. That's
Yeah.
life.
Yeah. Like I don't believe in aliens, but I mean, obviously Donald Trump does because he's got something that's supposed to be coming out in July or whatever about aliens or whatever. I can't wait to hear that bullshit. So, but yeah, man, I'm like you might like to hear his admitting to whatever it is that's out there. I don't believe in it because honestly, if there were that have been visit, we'd actually have physical proof. It'd be like believing in like a sky daddy. Like magic. I'd have to see it for my own eyes first, so that's why I don't believe in aliens.
Yeah.
So, yep. But I mean, I do but like I love history a lot, and the history of the Bible, there's like archaeological, and then so as a matter of fact, too, the guy from World War II, the mustache man, somehow believed in Jesus Christ because he wanted that spear of destiny, didn't he? He thought it had magical properties to it, right?
Yeah. Christianity is a very pretty effective religion at controlling people.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but he was also like I don't really think he was a Christian at all. He believed
He
more in
was.
like the Yeah. Well, where did that sign come from that they used? Was that a Christian sign or a Buddhist Hindu sign?
Is Buddhist.
Oh, okay. So that wasn't a Christian sign. I got it.
Buddhism
Okay.
is not a theology. It doesn't have a deity.
Oh, okay. So that wasn't Christianity then. Okay, then.
Yeah, but he
All
just
right.
took that sign. I mean, it meant peace. So, but it
Oh,
doesn't
okay.
mean that that was his religion. Like I have mandala on my hand. It doesn't mean I'm Hindu.
Yeah. I wouldn't do that, man. That's like taking somebody's culture as a white person and stealing it and like kind of claiming it as your own. I could never do that.
Mm.
Oh, yeah. It's like, hey, man, peace and love, bro. But
Yeah,
hey, thanks for having me up, man. I really enjoyed the conversation. And I really appreciate that you didn't freak out on me like most Democrats and liberals do, because they do. They start screaming, and I'm like, dude, take your pills, man. But thanks for not doing that. I appreciate it.
alrighty, take it easy.
All right.
Chad, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Hello, is this a Trump
Hello.
supporter?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Well, he helped me make a lot of money longing oil futures in the market. My net worth has substantially gone up. So he's very good for me personally
I
for
know
making a lot of
Trump's
money.
pretty good for rich people, but that's not the majority of America. So I think that kind of falls on deaf ears. Majority of America makes less than 60K a year. So
Uh-huh.
and
But I'm not
investment
an
is
altruist.
a privilege.
Yeah. But I'm not an altruist, so it doesn't matter for me. I don't care as
So
long as my
you're just
pockets are lined.
insulated
Yeah.
with your own wealth
Yes.
and just extremely selfish.
Yes, as Dewey says, and Adam Smith was says, the common good comes from the individual good. So as long as I'm doing well, that's all that matters for me.
I would say that when society's doing well, everyone does better. That's why there's not a lot of people just moving to Uganda to be the richest person in Uganda. Because like you guys complain about all the homeless people in California and all that stuff. While you offer no solutions, you still just hate them. They're an eyesore. The furthest you've come is probably deciding whether or not you want to arrest them or just kick them out of like public places.
Well, you're outsourcing responsibility. You should take care of your own self. Your prime motive of living is survival and enhancing your own well-being. If everyone enhances their own personal well-being, the common good will naturally flourish. But if everyone wants to abandon their responsibilities for saving others, then you'll just have chaos. So
Yeah,
I'm
so
interested in
I believe that it takes very little to lift those people out of poverty, and there will always be people who don't perform as well as you or me, and there will always be that level of people in society, and it's just a matter of whether or not we want to help them and live amongst people with dignity and help their
yeah.
children at the very least, because those are even more innocent. But
Yes.
I have no delusions surrounding the fact that there will always be people in need of something. There's entire countries that are doing worse than even our poorest population. So I think it's if you're a true patriot, an American, you love your fellow citizens, you would like to see them flourish.
Yes, but that's ancillary. That's a secondary responsibility. Your prime responsibility is to yourself to make wealth, to establish your dominion. And once you achieve that prime responsibility, then you can outsource compassion. You can outsource this invisible hand ethos that you have.
Yeah.
But if you're broke, you have nothing to contribute, you're uneducated and ignorant, don't expect to give anything back to society. So
That's
the
not
main
really
motive
true.
for any
So,
human
like,
being, that's
there's
just
plenty
my,
of
can I
rich
finish?
people that benefit from the economic activity of even the lowest people in our communities. So, like, for you, for instance, your oil prices, they would not be as valuable without all of the people who even make less than minimum wage buying gas to go to work.
Well, that's their problem. They have
That's
to
also
make
your
money.
problem, and collaterally, adjacently, it's also your problem.
No, it's not my problem. Why should I take responsibility for the faults and the lack of initiative of others?
Because you just said it
Why
yourself.
why is
When
that was my I
being
am
the richest
interested in my
country,
own net worth.
Being
once
the
I
richest
establish
country
my
on
net
earth.
worth,
It
once I
sounds like you've got
establish,
it, right?
can I finish? Once I establish my prime mode of living, which is to establish my dominion, get wealth, be rich, then the secondary ancillary responsibility would be to give back.
Mm-hmm.
So people's frame of mind has to change. You have to improve yourself. You
Yeah.
have to invest in yourself.
So
Once you establish that, then you can outsource compassion.
yeah, and I
So
think there's
you
plenty of
can't
those
have
people
things
here.
upside down.
We made thousands. We have thousands of billionaires here in the United States. We're the richest country on earth. So when do we start doing that?
Well, you shouldn't look to them for any help or salvation. Look to yourself, prosper yourself, long the oil markets, work within the system, and once you establish an acceptable net worth, then you can outsource it. But obsessing over the rich when you're broke is not going to further any cause.
I don't think that's how it works. Like, I think that if you just look at the wealth gap in America and how it's been exacerbated every time Republicans take office and do giant tax breaks, it just effectively creates more and more of a separation. And there's very, very, very few winners and a lot of people just struggling to get by. And if we could do work to minimize that gap, it causes less inflation. It causes a much healthier economy. Per capita wealth is a thing, and social mobility, economic mobility is a thing, and those are things that other countries have found very effective to offer their citizens.
So you'd like to see a more streamlining of wealth and the minimization of this wealth inequality. But
Yeah.
this wealth inequality has causes. Do you not agree?
So wealth inequality is the downfall of capitalism. That is the biggest critique of capitalism. And if we can somehow figure out how to elongate capitalism by minimizing that wealth inequality, we have a longer future ahead of us.
If you want to minimize wealth inequality, you have to you have to encourage people to be more initiative, to work harder, to be more imaginative, to unleash their creative potential, not to sit around and moan about rich people. That's not going to solve the issue.
I think we can do both. I think we can have both. And if we look at what's better for the economy, and what creates a healthier economy and what gives people more tools to do this and pull themselves out of those situations. And I think that people are too scared to look at the actual outcomes of some of these programs that create like opportunity for people. Pulling yourself up by your bootstraps doesn't necessarily work when you're in Uganda. Doesn't work when you're in Rwanda.
But that's not your responsibility, sir. The United States was based on the Protestant ethic. You are responsible for yourself. This is an ethos that has to be manifested globally.
Actually, if you're talking about Protestantism or even just Christianity in general, it talks about wealth is something that will not you get through the gates of heaven.
No. The Protestant ethic, wealth, hard work is worship. You work towards success. Once you attain the success, then you can initiate these globalist compassionate programs.
And we're there, right? We're the wealthiest in the world.
No, there's so much laziness today, so much sloth. It's disgusting.
Not true.
I see it everywhere.
What makes you think
that's explicitly false. Actually.
Certainly, your previous generations will be turning in their graves seeing what children and these teenagers do today. They're so lazy.
I think
they outsource responsibility. They don't work, moaning,
in the 1980s,
immersed in this ridiculous gender ideologies. It's pathetic.
I got to help you out with that one soon, but
anyway, I thank you for having me, for hosting me. I have to go. I'm wanted somewhere. Thank you, my friend.
All right.
I don't think you're wanted anywhere, but that's a whole different thing.
Yeah. God, I forgot what I was going to say.
Well, I just want to quickly say, when he talks about the hard worker and all that fun stuff, Americans today are more productive than Americans were 30 years ago. Productivity for the average worker has gone up exponentially. Wages have not. Mm-hmm. So working harder does not lead you out of poverty, nor does it lead to more economic prosperity. It's just a lie.
My dad was able to work bagging groceries at Albertsons, and he bought a house with a fucking egg McMuffin. Don't give me that bullshit. You guys fucked up the economy, and you're complaining that nobody wants to fucking climb the ladder that's 3 times longer than when you climbed.
Well, also 3 times longer and also 50 feet off the ground because they pulled it up with them.
Yeah. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box and tell me why you like Trump. Corey, how you doing, dude?
I'm doing all right. It's Friday, so you know what? Last day of work, and then I get to hang out this weekend. I'm going to be my friend's token white guy for a gathering, so that's always fun.
Oh, I bet that food's going to be delicious.
Oh, I'm so excited.
They're going to season that shit. Chat, the phone line is on, and if you want to call, here's the phone number right here if you're on the tube. Also, don't forget to give me a follow. We do these debates every day, and we slap a lot of MAGA wiener up in this mother.
Have you? Are you at the tail end of an all-night live, or did you just start this morning?
Dude, I woke up at 4 a.m. like a fucking adult, like one of those adults you hear about.
You know, my dad does the same, but I can't do that. I can't be that kind of a morning person.
Hi, I'd like to debate why I like Trump.
Okay, can you get to a place that's a little quieter?
Yeah, I can get to a place that's a little quieter. Hold on. Hold on, I'm finding a place that's quieter.
All right. Chat, someone says, I just bought a house, 5-bed, 2-bath. You need to get your money up. Yada, yada, yada. Okay.
Okay, I'm back. So, me personally, I am a hard Trump supporter because I feel that if you were not originally from America, you should not be here.
Why is it so meaningful to you?
I think because I feel like if you are in this country, you need to belong in this country, you know? You need to have like a full heart American, you know?
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
I'm saying like, you know, if you are from somewhere, you can't just let everyone in, you know?
I don't know what harm comes when like people come here and move here.
That the harm that comes is that I feel like crimes, like, you know, most of them are like bad people, you know, they want to commit crimes.
That's demonstrably false, actually. So I can show you the crime statistics. We actually track this. Every single undocumented person that commits a crime, it's tracked on the CBP website.
Yeah, I have more info. Hold on.
Hey, so just like we were talking about with the people coming into our country, it's where I'm all for them coming in, but at the same time they should do it legally and not have to like hop the border or do stuff like that.
What are the big bad outcomes of people coming here and staying here undocumented?
Well, I'm just gonna say there's been multiple crimes happening with them coming in. Like ever since Biden was in office, crime rate skyrocketed after he opened up the walls.
It's not true. Crime was at a high in 2020 during Trump, and it dropped every year during Biden.
Well, I don't know about that one.
Also, here on the screen, I'm showing you the crimes that we track of undocumented people. This year, for instance, there's 4 murders. How many murders do you think happen every year?
Yeah, I can't count that high, but still.
It's like 17,000 murders every year, and you guys are chasing after the people who do 29, 60, 3, 2. It's literally nothing, and if we were to deport everybody that's undocumented, our crime rate would reduce by 0.000%.
I also just feel like, you know...
By the way, are you kids in your homeroom right now, or what the fuck's going on? Because it's pretty obvious you were like high school students.
High school students? We're in college.
Really? What year were you born?
2005.
I'm calling shenanigans on that bullshit.
We were born in 2005. We're at UNCW.
Okay. All right. So I'm sure by the end of your stay at your college, you might learn how to do research and critically think for yourselves. When Trump says that these people are committing crimes, it's no different from Hitler saying that the Jewish people were committing more crimes than they were. You can just easily fact check this
too. I think I personally find Hitler to be like he's like my Lord and Savior. Like Hitler is I believe in everything that he did, and I feel like he's going along with Trump, and I love both of them.
Okay. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box.
I knew it was coming, and it still annoys me every time they do that shit.
Imagine if we ran a campaign on jaywalking. How silly it would sound to people. If you cross the street without a crosswalk, without the beeping, like, like move forward sign, you need to be. I just don't like. Imagine going to sleep thinking about that all night, like waking up like, oh, these motherfuckers, they're out there jaywalking. Like the most benign thing ever, dude.
Epic, why don't you request up? I'm so curious now. I'm curious about like your amazing economic wealth and success. Please tell me, or actually really tell Pickles all about how you managed to get your 5-bed, 2-bath house.
She could be expelled for saying that. Yeah. Listen, you need to be born into a family where you have all the opportunity in the world. They send you to college, and you can fail 7 times over with whatever career you want to have, and still have your daddy hire you to his law firm, and then you bought a house. We're proud of you.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, Lobster?
What's up, man? What's up, man? What's up? Yeah.
What's up?
Let's see those. Let's see those.
What's
see,
that?
See those degrees?
Nice.
See those degrees?
Yeah, nice. Did your parents pay for that?
What?
Your parents pay for that?
No. I have a full-time job. You want to see it? You want to see my full-time job? I'm actually here now.
Let's see it.
Let's see it.
What do you
Let's see it. I'm
teach?
an IT specialist. I'm actually an IT specialist.
So you're going to be out of a job soon too?
Getting a job soon too for what? I mean, your job is literally sitting here on TikTok complaining about Donald Trump.
Yeah, I know.
What do you mean?
AI can't do my job. They can do yours though. Good luck.
Yeah, AI can't work a K through 12 school, by the way, buddy. AI can't do that.
Can, actually.
Here to do Chromebooks. No, somebody's got to be here to do the Chromebooks, buddy.
Wait, I'm sorry. You work as I'm sorry. You work in school IT. I just want to make sure real quick. Epic Live. So you work in school IT.
Go around to the classrooms to fix everyone's computers. Is that what you're gonna do?
No, I'm just making sure that you work in school IT, the lowest level of IT that the rest of us make fun of. But okay.
Okay, buddy. I got a master's and make quite a bit of money. I mean,
actually, again, if you work for like a public school IT department, I know what you guys typically make.
Yeah,
I gotta be honest with you.
I make pretty good money. I also have a SIRS retirement plan also too, so I'm going to be
congrats on your retirement plan. I'm not saying there aren't good perks. I'm just pointing out that you're not you're really not going to be flexing
and I did just buy a
wealth
5-bed 2-bath house, 2,800 square feet, 3-car garage with a workshop. But guys keep crying that you can't buy one. Anyways, have a great day.
I'm so astounded by that, buddy. I work in tech too. My certificate. You know what? Never mind. It don't. I love school IT people. They're so funny.
Thank you, Beth, for the $40 kick, and Chris, thank you for $20 from the DNC. Thank you so much, guys. Hopefully that guy makes a good $120 today. Hello?
Hi.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
No, no, I am not a Trump supporter, but I also wanted to talk. Like, I support Trump, but there are other people that I don't support, you know?
What do you so you do support Trump?
No, I don't support Trump.
But you also don't support who?
Hoover.
Yeah. Please turn your mic up. My mic is like all the way up. Am I just being quiet? Is this better?
You sound fine to me.
No mic problem for you. Everyone here said I had no degrees. I'm sure his parents pay for his degrees. No one works at a school and has a master's degree and it's paid for.
Well, I mean, a lot of teachers get their master's degrees and stuff like that. It's just the tech department at a school isn't going to typically be like, "Oh yeah, you need to get your master's to work here."
I've had way cooler jobs than that guy.
I don't know. I looked at him, the first thing I thought was, "Oh, where are you hiding the bodies?" But that's, that's judging a book by its cover, which is wrong.
Yeah, I'm sure he does a lot of good hard resets on Chromebooks. Sure it's fun.
Replaces a lot of chargers for their iPads.
Something that will probably be replaced by AI and remote work. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes, it is.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Well, I just wanted to have, rather than a debate, I wanted to have a conversation with you because I was watching your live over there, and it says Trump sucks,
Mhm.
and in my perspective, everybody's got plus and some minuses. Nobody's going to be a $20 bill that everybody's going to want it. So I wanted to just kind of get a perspective what makes him suck, because to me, he's the best president that I have seen in my lifetime.
Okay. I
Maybe,
think it's delusional. There's not even a single metric you can point to in the economy that's doing well right now. The entire world's economy is like in the shitter. He's tripled his wealth last year, but everybody else is
that's
getting cut
true.
off of food stamps and Medicare and Social Security. He's trying to install dictators in other countries by running propaganda campaigns. I think he's extremely problematic, and he's divided the country more than it's ever been. I think he does everything he possibly knows how to divide us and politicize everything for political points and demonize the left or migrants or trans people. I think he's brainwashed most of y'all into thinking that like these people are hurting the economy or your biggest problem in the world, while he just enriches the shit out of himself.
Those are very valid points. I'm actually, I guess you could say I'm part of a minority. I am an immigrant. I am a U.S. citizen, naturalized. But where I came from, and this is just, I guess, to make a contrast of what you're saying, the economy is bad everywhere. It's not just the
Because of
U.S.
Trump. Yeah.
I wouldn't pinpoint it all on him.
It's
Certainly, there have been.
100% the optional war we're in right now.
Well, I disagree respectfully, and I have my reasons. Like I said, there's a lot of underground trading that is being done, and that's not just Trump. It's everybody in the world making deals behind closed doors. We have the issue of the European Union. We have this virus now that coincidentally came out close to his mandate. The same thing happened when he served his first term. So these things are all compounding. It's not just like it's really difficult for me when I see, and I mean this without disrespect, right? When I see people pointing, hey, the whole issue of this global economy failure rests on the shoulders of one man and his policies, like to me, that that screams some type of bias that could be
But
valid.
yeah, I mean, I
Okay,
could
go ahead.
substantiate it, right? Like I could, like
Right.
he attacked Iran. They closed the Strait of Hormuz. He has had a hell of a time making insane demands from Iran. And the whole reason we are in there in the first place is because he pulled us out of the Iran nuclear deal, and we had to go cry about them having enriched uranium now that he pulled us out.
Well, you do know that the Iranian nuclear deal was a big failure, right? You do know that Obama was
How,
sending
how was it?
airplanes full of. Well, think of all these demands, the crazy demands that you're talking about, that they were enriching themselves with basically. I forget the isotopy that they were using and all of the crap that but they claim that they were using it for energy, quote unquote. Meanwhile, the whole country was like, there's no infrastructure for energy. There was nothing being done. They were literally hoarding all of this stuff underground and preparing it to make nuclear weapons. The only issue is
There's
that they didn't have a rocket powerful enough. Go
There's
ahead.
no evidence of that before he took us out. So the IAEA says they were adhering to the Iran nuclear deal all the way up till the date of Trump pulling us out, and their only option after that is to enrich nuclear or enrich uranium so that we can put them back in a deal. So,
So can I ask you something?
yeah,
Let's say that it was all wrong, right? Let's say that it was all wrong. Let's say that they didn't even have nuclear weapons, right? It's just in a perfect world, they didn't want to do that. They're really good people. When would you have found out that they were deceiving you?
when we had the IAEA monitoring their nuclear program every single day.
They they were monitoring every. You have to understand one thing, and I come from Cuba. I want to be very specific. These people are deceivers. These people are liars. Okay, they tell you one thing for you to believe, and they sweet talk you into things, and in the back end, they are literally stabbing you in the back.
We had a
Okay,
third
this is how.
party checking
This,
on this. So
um.
if we don't like, what's the alternative, right? Like if we go in there and we say,
Yes.
"Give me all your enriched uranium," how do we know they gave it to all of us? It gave all of it to us.
Exactly.
How do we? How do we?
Exactly.
So what's the plan here? Like, what are we gonna do? Kill all of them?
Well, I think that he had a really good idea. I think that he was like, and most of the time, you have to read the art of the deal, the book that he made to understand somewhat how he operates. And I say somewhat because the man is unpredictable. He's not going to sweet talk you. He's just a jerk. Okay, and I don't mean that in like
Yeah, it's not working out too well for him. Like all of our
well,
allies are no longer friends with us because
but
he's
what
talked so much shit to all of our allies, and then he's asking them for help. They're like, "No, go fuck yourself." He is
true
not a
true
smart person. He doesn't see past his nose.
But pause for a second. Let me just get this out, okay? What was the benefit that we were having from our allies? Can you name one benefit?
Yeah, world peace. Article
What?
5.
But you're giving out everything for world peace. These people were
What are we
literally
giving?
taking over. They were, well, think of everything that would have happened had Trump not become president in 2015. This was a surprise for a
Yeah,
lot of
we would have
people. Even
still been in the Iran nuclear deal. They wouldn't have enriched uranium. It was great.
and by now it would have probably been a conflict over there because these people have been in conflict forever. I guess it's really difficult to know the future because we're debating or discussing rather. I didn't want to have a debate because sometimes we go into these things and I am willing to learn new information. But most of the time we go into debates like, hey, I'm right and you're wrong, and the other person feels the same. So, like, none of that BS, right? We're just having a conversation. In my opinion, we're talking about situations and scenarios that we can't see into the future, and the possibilities are endless. But here are the facts. The pattern shows that these people are extremists. They behead people who do not comply with their laws, and I'm talking like stupid laws. For the
Yeah.
people that are,
Same with Trump, right?
say, what is it?
Same with Trump. Like he's
Same
killing
with him.
Cubans right now, right? He's killing your friends.
Actually, most of the Cuban people that fled the Cuban regime, it's a dictatorship down there, and this is a very. I may not be very may not be very full of information when it comes to the Iranian deal, but I feel very comfortable talking about Cuba because I fled there and I wasn't like born there and they brought me here when I was a kid. I literally left there when I was 16 years old. So like I lived that, And let me tell you one thing that's very important that's being sold to everybody that Trump's policies are choking the Cuban people. It is not like that. I promise you. I promise you. I
It
have no
100% is. They have no
no.
oil, so they have no energy. They have no electricity. They have no water. There was hospitals where people on ventilators all died one night because they just had no fuel. And then the surgeons are in the middle of hospitals with flashlights doing surgeries right now. Like he is absolutely 100% responsible for what's going on and people dying right now.
Yeah, I understand you could feel a little, strongly about this point of view, but I promise you, it's not like that. The Cubans have had issues ever since the Soviet Union fell. They were subsidiaries of the USSR back
Hmm.
in like I'm gonna
And then we did
say mid.
embargoes on them and choked them for years, for
There's never
decades, right?
there's never been an embargo since the 60s. So let me explain something very clearly. The embargo was a countermeasure because of the nuclear weapons that the USSR took to Cuba. After that
Hmm.
ended, the embargo
Why
became
did
this
they put them in Cuba? What was the
because
response to?
they were so close. Well, there was some nuclear missiles that were deployed somewhere in Italy, and there were some other
Yeah,
parts
we
that I'm
put
not
nukes all around Russia and all of the fucking countries surrounding Russia. That's why they put nukes in Cuba.
right, right, and again, I that's part of war tactics because these are very convulsed times. That you're so it's basically one up one another. That's kind of what war is. If you ever read anything of substance, the Sun Tzu, I think it was the Art of War that says that all warfare is based in deception. I want to make something very clear. We are at war right now. It
That's not
might
what Trump
not be
says.
well, it might not be bellic war, but we have things, for example, like socialism, communism, all of these things that are popping up all around the USA, like a cool new hip thing, like you care. Let me tell you by personal experience that they're sweet talking your ear. There's no such
I
thing.
I have evidence for the opposite, right? So Mamdani, for instance, we have a historic low crime rate. He's taxing millionaires. He is balancing the budget over there. He is doing the best job ever. We have multiple countries in the European Union that are doing fantastic because, oof.
Well,
Uh,
Mandami just asked for help from the federal government because they were running out of money. So I don't know how successful that is, but there's a lot of people that were
I think
expecting also
Trump is
free.
just pulling funds from them. Yeah.
They're pulled funds from it. So you
Yeah,
think
Trump has
Trump is the
bankrupted the whole
center?
country. So I don't know
Yeah,
how we can champion Trump's ideology. He's surpassed the GDP with our debt.
I that has been surmounting that's kind of like a snowball effect, I think, and this is my personal opinion. I don't
Well,
have any type
Trump's
of like.
responsible for exactly 25% of this country's entire debt. So yeah, I guess he
Mm,
snowballed it.
I don't have any evidence to support an opposing argument to that. Again, like the finances and economies and things like that, that's where you lose me because I have no education when it comes to that stuff. So like I really couldn't debate you on it. I know that we are in fact doing a lot worse than we were, and I'm gonna not go that far back. I'm gonna say somewhere in the 50s when we had parents that stayed married together, households that the children were supported by a dad that worked and a mother that took care of hey, you have to do your homework,
I don't know
you have
who's going to lead the charge on that. The Bible Belt specifically is like the capital of divorces. So I don't think that there's anything you can do to legislate that away. I think
truth.
I think that Trump is doing his best to pull families apart right now with deportations.
Well, I think that deportations are another subject because they are a countermeasure of open border policy that was there before him.
So what
You
he's done
understand?
is he's manufactured consent because and by telling you there was an open border, but there's no evidence of an open border.
Oh, absolutely. So the numbers will show, and this is not just like this is data that you can pull from
I already have.
DHS.
Yeah, I already
Well,
have.
yeah, I'm sure. So if you have and you looked up at all of these numbers, you would agree with me then that the number of people that were coming in illegally, that is through any other method other than a port of entry, were alarming. And the issue with that is that
It's not really true.
you, well,
So
what part is
Biden had a higher rate of deportation at the border. The border was not open
okay?
by any means. You can probably even tell me one way in which Biden changed border policy. He had the
Sure.
exact same border policy as Trump did his first 3 years. The Supreme Court threw out remain in Mexico, but that only stopped like 70,000 people. And we're talking about millions coming to our border. Is mostly because of COVID. It's mostly because of Trump destabilizing Venezuela. It wasn't just Biden going, oops, I forgot to close the border. Trump gave Venezuela temporary protective status and lured them all here on his way out of office 2 days before he left.
Yeah. Well, you know that Alejandro Mayorkas, he was the one that was in charge of this policy for the border, and they were trying to, in a way, overflow the country full of immigrants that would give way to this strategy called the Cloward-Piven strategy, which was taught in Columbia, the same college the same university that Barack Obama actually graduated from, which consists in overwhelming the welfare systems of a country. Now, what they were not counting on is the fact that the USA is a very strong economy. We all work, we all contribute to our government,
What
and
what programs do migrants, undocumented migrants, like receive assistance through? Because as far as I know, they're net contributors. For every person we deport, it fucks up our economy. So we're in
well,
population decline. In every metric in our economy will fall with
yeah.
all of these mass deportations.
Well, let's talk about it. Let's see what I'll tell you what I see. I saw immigrants that were crossing the border never really gave a dime to our economy, to our system, and they were given.
How does that
I
happen?
think it was
How does that, like,
what
if they go
what
buy food, right? They pay sales tax.
actually if they use their money, that yes, but they were given cards. They were given Visa cards with $100 on
Those
them.
are those are
For
for
them.
asylum seekers. That's legal.
Oh, they were not regulating that. I promise you. It was literally like a
What
free
did
for
Biden
all.
change to let people come more easily?
He created this 501 no, it's forgive me, it's I have to look up the actual definition of it, but basically there is a status. I hate it, it's skipping my mind right now, and I can probably be a little more specific with it, but it was basically a status, for example, like the Cuban people, which I'm comfortable talking
Temporary
about.
protective status?
Yes, yes. It was
Yeah.
basically like, I will allow you to come in through a port of entry, or not. If you came in illegally, all you had to do was give me your name, some type of identifying information about
That's
you, and then
that's
you
been
get
the law since 1952.
not this specific thing that I'm speaking about, and I have to like get you the information, otherwise I'm gonna sound very uneducated. Basically allowed them to stay in the country, whether they had asylum, immigrant, or illegal immigration status, whatever it might be. It allowed them to stay here under oath, basically, by their word, that they will go in front of a judge
Uh-huh.
and
That's
state the
asylum.
reason why they came.
So the rate at
Yes,
which these
yes.
people show up for court is 83%, and it's 96% if they have a lawyer. So effectively, it also helps our economy. So 6 months into that process, they get a worker permit, they work, they get their own place. They are a net contributor. They paid $97 billion in taxes last year. With this 10-year deportation program, We're going to see, or 4-year deportation program, we're going to see over the next 10 years a $370 billion increase in our deficit. That's yearly. That could have paid for ending all homelessness. That could have paid for higher education for every single person in the United States. I think Trump is just getting rich off of his donors from private prisons, from charter plane companies, all that stuff. And it's just a nativism movement, very similar to like what Hitler did with Jewish people and stuff like that. He demonized the 1%, made you believe they're responsible for ruining the economy and creating crime, when their presence in the criminal system is literally almost zero. If we deport every single one of them, it doesn't reduce crime at all, it probably increases crime rates. And people's wages are going to fall. The economy is going to lose roughly 1.1% of GDP and 3.6 in the 10-year. That's trillions of dollars. He's bankrupting the country with just being a maniac.
Well, again, you have numbers there to back your data up, but I regret that you failed to mention all of the issues that, for example, like the Somali issue
All
in
of those people are legally
Minnesota, where
present.
they're getting, well, they are using taxpayer money
Those are
by
U.S.
the ton,
citizens.
and well, I understand that. Then they might be, and that is correct. But the fact of the matter is that they're committing fraud with taxpayer money in issues like
Mhm.
healthcare.
Kind of like Trump.
But,
Kind of like
well, no, not like Trump. Trump, again, there are ways to go about things, and this is kind of like a chess game. What they're doing in Minnesota is fraud. What they're doing in California is fraud. A
So
good example of
Trump had
this
a
is Nick
fraudulent
Shirley.
university and a fraudulent charity. We have the governor of Florida committing $10 million worth of fraud. This year, he's being investigated for it. We've got Senator Rick Scott, who's the biggest Medicare fraudster in U.S. history, and he's a senator for y'all. I think this is just selective outrage and demonizing a group of 220 million or 220,000 people because of what like 40 of them did. And I think it's just xenophobia, and he's just pulling at your heartstrings.
Okay. Well, I mean, again, this is a matter of like, is fraud okay if it's done by Somalis, but it's wrong when it's done by Trump? Like fraud is fraud, period,
So
right?
should we kick
We
out
can
all
agree
of
on
the
that.
Somalis
So,
because of what 40 of them did, even if they're legally
well,
present?
I wouldn't say kick them out, but I would say, if there's something being done wrong, we have a moral responsibility to,
And that's
blow a
already
whistle and
happening.
say, hey, right, but it's happening. Now, watch this. Watch what happened in California, for example. Nick Shirley went to California, started taking the lid, blowing the lid off of this blatant fraud that was being done there. First, California's Gavin Newsom said, "Oh no, there's no fraud in California." Once the evidence started to pile up, they were like, "Well, there's a little bit of
Yeah.
fraud, but like we're on top of it."
And there's
That
fraud in Florida
we
too,
got it.
right? And Trump's not interested in telling you all about that. He's not interested in
That
telling you about
that
his fraud. He's not interested in telling you about the
yeah.
pardons he's selling and the fraudsters that
Uh,
he's pardoned that donated $2
can
billion
I say
into his
something?
campaign afterward.
Can I say something? I think that again, going back to the main root of the reason why I wanted to have a conversation and not a debate, is because every single time that Trump gets mentioned, he becomes the center of attention, and I think you're giving power to this huge monster that is not so. He will be there for the next whatever 2 years that he's got left of his second term, and then we're gonna pick somebody else that's gonna come right behind him. So there are checks and balances in this country. I don't agree with the No Kings protest or anything like that. He's not a king. He was elected. They stole the 2020 elections. Everybody knows that there were votes that being thrown away. Everybody knows that
There's
there
no
is
evidence of
evidence.
that.
Look at what they
Hold
did.
on.
Oh,
Let me
absolutely.
let me stop you. He took this to 62 courts, 17 of which were his own appointed judges. He appointed 17 of the judges that looked at these cases. There was no evidence. There's still no evidence. He has nothing. And this is just another tenet of fascism. If he just keeps screaming that the election was stolen, eventually I'll just believe it. And he's going to be able to take extra actions, like extra special laws will be invoked. This is what every authoritarian history does. He's practicing this thing called unitary executive theory. And basically what it is him drawing tariffs on the whole world from his desk without Congress, him invading multiple countries from his desk without Congress, committing war crimes without Congress. He's enriched himself. And people in Congress are doing nothing but drawing up bills to name bridges and airports and dollar bills and stuff after him and put him in the passports. And it's very much giving fascism. It's hitting all 14 tenets of fascism. And his use of lawfare is another one of them. We have multiple grand jury indictments that have been thrown out because there's just no legal basis in which has the right to charge these people. He's misusing the resources of our FBI and DOJ, and he's protecting the Epstein files, which is also just the most insane thing I've ever heard of.
Well, let's talk one thing at a time, because that was like three things all together. Let's talk about first about personal enrichment. So Senator Pelosi has been there when she started her career. She was basically, Joe, average
She was a rich
Joe.
family. She was a very rich family.
Well, okay, we'll give it that. She was like upper class, okay? But by the time that she announces her retirement, she outperformed the largest investment firm in the United States by a large percentage.
This is what's called in the tenets of fascism, common enemy. So he's just pointing out Nancy Pelosi. What I've got on my screen right now is a list of all of the people in Congress that are unusual whales that make a lot of money trading stocks that outperform the average person. It's everyone, both blue and red, up and down. And what y'all do is only look at Nancy Pelosi, while Trump has made 1,700 times more than her in just 1 year.
That's a really gross. That's a very large number. So let me ask you this: it only became a problem when Trump started to do it, but the other years that Joe Biden has been in Congress, enlarging his own wealth, and all of these people are basically.
The only thing Joe Biden did
the
was
Epstein list.
The only thing Joe Biden did was he had a book deal. It was $10 million. Now he's worth $12 million. That's it. That's all he's done.
What about all of the Ukrainian deals that were done through proxies? Like, for example, his son, who used Joe Biden's power all the time to prop himself up in the negotiations that he had.
That's just a lie. Do you know what Joe Biden's son? Okay, Hunter Biden is a lawyer. And he also has a history of working for similar companies like Burisma, doing logistics. But Trump hired all of his kids to the White House. So... yeah, he worked for Amtrak, and they did logistics by rail. That's what he did for Burisma. There was zero evidence, even after 4 years of harping on the Hunter Biden's laptop. Nothing came out of it. You guys fell for it. You got hoodwinked. You got tricked. You got scammed. While Trump let his kids meddle in the Middle East to make $2 billion. $2 billion. Neither of the Bidens are worth $1 billion. If Hunter Biden's laptop was made public, Biden would have lost the election. It was only withheld for 24 hours. So, do you think if Stormy Daniels was made public before the 2016 election, Trump would have won? I love how Trump pisses people off. That's also another tenet of fascism. So a good leader, he wants to unite the country. He wants to treat both sides equally, try to work on behalf of all the people. Trump's only interested in getting political points and demonizing Democrats. And since Republicans are just growing to just hate Democrats, They enjoy it. It's like JD Vance said, cultural heroin. You feel really good for a second. Trump supporters will eat shit just if we have to smell it on their breath. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
No, Trump discriminates against a rural country. He hates women. He's a destroyer. He destroyed Iran. He destroyed the world. But fuck him.
W. Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to 10K. Well, how are we not at 10K likes yet? Stop
Hey,
being
Pickles.
selfish. What's up, Botch?
Nothing much. I just wanted to ask you about this whole ballroom thing that's going on. I don't get it. Like, you literally went on TV and told us it was 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. And you're such a good builder and that you know all about construction. How the hell has the cost gone up by hundreds of millions of dollars every couple of months? And now the Republicans want to have us, the taxpayers, pay $1 billion for the ballroom when he was going to have his billionaire donors do it. Like, what's up with all that?
I know. I'm sorry. I'm going to take this debate real quick, Botch.
Yeah, quickly. Yeah, not a problem. Listen,
Can you hear me?
Hi there.
Hello? Hey, sorry, I was talking to you. I was listening, and then the call dropped. I didn't want you to think I,
Okay.
drop out or something. And I apologize. I first of all, let me just say something really quick before, because I lost connection and I couldn't get this out. I just really want to thank you for opening up like a conversation, and I'm glad that it doesn't seem like we're gonna agree on much. But again, I really appreciate you hosting people, receiving calls, and being open to having a conversation about these things. I just wanted to say that.
For sure. All right. I appreciate you.
Okay. So I wanted to talk about Cuba because there's something that I really wanted to highlight, if I may.
Okay.
And this is again, I came from Cuba. We had that small conversation on the beginning, and I know that I'm not going to sway you in any way. That's not my intention. I just want you to consider something, that Cuba was one of the, I'm going to say, the richest places in Latin America before 1959. We had the first train connector. We had the first TV station. We had the first radio station. I mean, the place was just amazing. Anybody that went to Cuba before 1959 on a vacation say that they had the greatest time of their lives. And then Castro took power, and that's what we saw in here in 2015. Whenever not Joe Biden, what's her name?
Hillary?
Hillary Clinton, thank you. She was taking power. We saw that there was this huge populism where the individual rights are undermined for the pluralism, for like the wealth, not the wealth, but the commonwealth of the people. And this is what we saw in Cuba. A lot of people wanted change. Obama, we got change with Obama, although
I'm going to help you. In 1960, U.S. placed embargoes, and it was a major factor in hindering Cuba's economy. It caused $144 billion in damages, limiting access to international credit. It caused severe food shortages, fuel, medical supply shortages, and this is also probably exasperated by the mismanagement internally, and also people who rise to power who are like dictators in general. They often do mismanage everything and enrich themselves, which is obviously what Trump is doing.
Well, again, it's a different scenario because you have balances of powers here in the U.S. In Cuba, it was just Fidel Castro murdering everybody that did not agree with him, anybody that dissented, anybody that did not have coherence with what he wanted to push, which is historically what the leftists do. There are more than 150 million that I checked on that number to make sure that I was speaking with.
Can I interject on the Cuba?
He can't hear you, Butch.
Oh, he can't hear me.
What is it?
Sorry. Keep going.
Oh, okay. So there are 150 million, over 150 million deaths worldwide attributed to socialism and communism and all these ideologies that do not allow for any type of dissent, do not allow for any type of debate, and close off all of the understanding from anything that diverts
So
from what they want
I want to debate
to
you on
teach.
that. There
Sure.
are like exponentially more under capitalism, right? People die every day under capitalism the same way.
Yeah, people die every day.
The biggest cause of bankruptcy here in the United States is medical bankruptcies and people just dying on their deathbeds because they don't have access to
True.
healthcare. Um,
True.
and it's obviously the same. I think it's just when dictators get in power, that's the bad deal. And Trump absolutely is doing the same thing. He's threatened to deport even U.S. citizens who break the law. He has made certain people who oppose his politics terrorists. He's labeled Antifa terrorist. He's done multiple attacks on LGBTQIA plus communities. He's made them the target of the right.
Respectfully, can we slow down a little bit? I really want to ask about like what you just said about deporting U.S. Citizens. Can you give me any examples of U.S. citizens that have been deported under Trump?
Yeah, actually, there's plenty of them, mostly children.
Okay, but how do you deport a child? I don't. Do you have the legal ability to deport a child?
I don't think Trump cares about that, right? Like Supreme Courts had to stop him for illegally doing
Okay.
tariffs and illegally sending people to prisons in El
Are you talking
Salvador that
about?
are just labor camps.
Oh, okay, okay. So you're specifically referring to anchor babies, right?
Sure.
Okay. So at that point, and again, you have to go back to that book, The Art of Negotiation. He gave them the choice to the parents who are. Do you remember Elian Gonzalez? How his mother literally risked her life, right, to bring him over here to freedom. And then once he was over here, his dad in Cuba raised heck because he wanted him to go back, which is logical. You know, that's his son, right? I presume, you know, it's legal, and even outside of the realm of legality, you have to know in your heart that that's what's right. A son should be with their parents, and being that the mom passed away, the father would be the one to take up on that, right? So that's something that was offered to the. Yeah, go ahead.
Trump and Pete Hegseth, even Pete Hegseth wrote about this in his book that the military should be used domestically against leftists. He has wet dreams about this. So I think if anybody were to actually do this,
I don't like Pete Hegseth, honestly. I think that anything that you say about Pete Hegseth, I'm probably not going to debate you on because I don't like him as a person. I think Pete is has been through war and never came back. But again, you know, as a patriot, I appreciate what he's because if he falls, so do I. You know, so. But again,
but that's who Trump chose, right? Like I feel like this is just another example of Trump's cronyism. He's hired completely unqualified people to most of his positions in the cabinet. Most of them have been fired already, just like his first term. He can't get along with people who tell him no. I think he loves going unchecked. That's the only thing he cares about.
The first term, he can you hear me good?
Yep.
Oh, sorry. I don't want to talk over you. That's not my intention. That's why I wanted to make sure that I'm listening when you're talking to. But Vice President Pence, who most people thought he was a Christian. He rode motorcycles, which, you know, I sympathize with. You know, I ride motorcycles myself, and anybody that rides motorcycles, we're all brothers and sisters out here, right? But I thought, you know, hey, you know, what a great guy. You know, it's going to be like really good to see them like just kind of what he did was hold him back. He was a counterweight to hold the status quo of this. And this is not. It is in.
He stopped Trump from overthrowing the election. I guess that's a bad thing for you.
He stopped Trump from a lot of things. He did not let him
checking him in power.
Isn't
that good?
That's exactly what he was there. Well, I mean, yes, in somewhat, but then you notice that the 2020 elections, and in my opinion, they were stolen, and there is evidence of that. where they burn ballots. There's votes that didn't
I'm gonna
count. There's dead
get guys.
people that
By the
voted.
way, this is not truth. TikTok, I do not condone this. This is not truth. This is in Minecraft. There's no evidence of this, and I will get banned. You will get banned for espousing this anti-democratic nonsense. Espousing doubt in the democratic system of the United States is an authoritarian's wet dream. So I just don't think that we should talk about this until it's actually adjudicated somewhere. Rudy Giuliani's life is ruined because of this, because he lied about this constantly. Trump tried to put fake slates of electors in 7 different swing states, trying to overturn the election before he even found any evidence or showed anyone evidence. The first day after the election, he screamed that they found fraud when they didn't produce any findings. So I think that it's very damning, the evidence against him in this, and there's still nothing. 6 years later, and it's just really bad for democracy if we keep saying that elections can be stolen. There's no evidence that this can happen. There's too many checks and balances, and we have less than 300 counts of voter fraud since like 1980. When we talk about undocumented migrants, we had more counts of Republicans double voting in this last in the 2020 election. Other than that, nothing that would have changed the outcome of even a city election. Nothing.
Pickles, I'm going to drop. I just want to let you know there's 70 million more people like this guy.
The investigation has
Continue
to
on.
has to show, if you're going to claim that there is some type of election stolen, there has to be some basis for that to form. They found a lot of people that were voting, whose vote counted, and they were dead. They found a lot of
there were only
votes.
I believe there were only like 6 people. 6.
So there were. So
yeah,
that's what I'm
that's
saying.
Not
and
enough.
Then the rest of it, I know. And you could argue that, hey, you're talking about winning an election by whatever it is that the gap was, how many dead people really voted. That's a good argument that you could place. My point is...
You have to Google this stuff. You have to follow all the way through, and you can't just keep saying these things broadly and loosely. Okay. I think it's
fair
reckless.
enough. Fair enough. I am going to separate fact from opinion, okay? Because that's really important to do if we're going to have a good conversation. Here are the facts, okay? I come from a socialist or communist, whatever they call it, because people argue about that all the time and don't know the difference, okay, from that system. That's what I am. This is why I called you. This is why I actually took the time to do this, because I would hate for the USA to undergo, not under President Trump, but under the for example, like the administration before him, like Joe Biden and things like that was using auto-pen. That is not my opinion. That is a fact. Using auto-pen deliberately, and no one knows who was running the country.
That was that investigation's been thrown out, so it's not true.
Well, I mean, the fact of again, this is factual. I'm not spewing out my opinion. Is that there was a lot of things that were signed by auto-pen, not by the president's hand. Okay.
Again, there's no evidence of that. So this is what he'd like you to believe. We have Trump being handed on camera bills to sign, and he's being told in 1 or 2 sentences what they are. I think that's even more damning.
Well, we'll go past that. It doesn't seem like we can agree on any of those points. So let me just say this, okay? The reason why I got on today and I took the time to give you a call and have some type of conversation where we can both learn from each other. And I understand, okay? Trump is not the greatest guy in the world. As a person, I think he's pompous. I think he's very self-sufficient, self-absorbed. I think that he's just, and that's my perception of him. But that might also be my opinion, not a fact, because there's a lot of people that are next to him, like Jesse Jackson received a lot of funding from Trump. Michael Jackson, whenever he was going through trial after trial by Kamala Harris in California about this deal with child molestation and stuff like that, Trump actually defended him. And,
I don't know if that's a W, man. We've got Trump hiding the Epstein files. He has only released half of them. He has no interest in releasing any more. We're finding out
Yeah.
from internal leaks that even like the last government shutdown was staged by Trump so that nobody could vote to release the Epstein files. Marjorie
But tell
Taylor
me,
Greene's come out and said that, and she is Republican.
yeah,
And we also have Lowen Berbert, both of them saying that they were pulled into the Situation Room and lashed in an
yeah,
effort to get them to take their name off of the petition to release the Epstein files. Even Europe is asking us for unredacted versions so that they can persecute or prosecute the people involved in the Epstein files, and Trump has no interest in releasing it to them either. I think that is the most damning thing I can think of when it comes to Trump, and
yeah.
I think that all of this stuff is just a distraction from that.
True, and you might be, but let's be honest. The Trump administration did not stumble upon the Epstein files from one day to the next and decided to hide it. The Epstein files, the Epstein situation has been there for a long, long time. We had a president back in the early 2000s, maybe late 1990s, that basically got into trouble for sexual misconduct in the White House. And we all know that there were ties to him and Epstein. So there's a lot that we don't know, and I'm going to come out and say it, that you and I, respectfully, don't know about the Epstein's files. We don't know how many people were there. We don't know how wide it is. We don't know what it entails. So the fact that we will pin it on Trump and say, oh, you're the one hiding it, when before him, all the people that could have brought out that information to the light did not.
Let me
Again,
stop you.
yeah,
The FBI,
sure.
those files were under seal, and Ghislaine Maxwell's appeals were being processed through the courts. The investigation was ongoing, and this was all a state thing because of the person Trump hired as labor secretary in his first term did Epstein a huge solid and brought 67 federal charges down to like 2, and he got fucking like 18 months in prison. And Trump hired that guy to be his labor secretary. And it just goes to show how well connected Trump is to Epstein, and how people who even defended one of the most horrid people walking the earth were rewarded with positions in Trump's cabinet, such as Howard Lutnick, such as he's close friends with the guy. I just found this out yesterday. The Melania film, the person who directed it was close ties with Epstein, has pictures on Epstein Island, and for somehow that Melania film cost $40 million. Do you know how much Lord of the Rings, that 4-hour Return of the King movie, cost, with all of the costumes, all of everything? $92 million. Like, in Trump's wife's documentary is just a woman with a camera. Like, this is, it's obvious money laundering and bribery.
Yeah, I'm not going to have an opinion on it, because the truth of the matter is I don't know how deep the roots of that issue that we're discussing goes. And I have a hunch that neither do you. As far as like information you can find, we could do that. We could look that up all day long, but we don't know how deep the roots go. What I wanted to focus on and what I wanted to say was the fact that we saw, and by we I mean most of the Cubans that came here escaping socialism in Cuba, saw the USA in the same direction that Cuba had in 1959. Guys, I'm going to tell you this, and I want this for everybody that is listening, and I want to be very responsible when I say this. Anybody cheering for communism and socialism, you don't know what you're getting into.
Can you name one politician that's cheering for socialism or communism?
Well, you mentioned Sora Mandami.
He's a social democrat,
AOC.
so all of those people are capitalists.
So what's the difference between a socialist and a democratic socialist?
So socialism is workers owning the means of production. So if we socialized all of our oil, for instance, and we all got to vote on how we sell our oil and how much we produce, and then we all got a share of the money, that would be socialism. But that's not happening. And while we still maintain parts of capitalism and a free market and all that stuff, that's not the socialism that brings countries down.
I see, and I have to disagree on that respectfully, of course. I think that what they're doing is redefining everything and using little words like it's kind of like democratic socialism, which is just basically socialism. But because it's democratic in front of it, you have a tendency to think of something more
I know
like a
the
little
exact nuance.
dampening.
There's a difference.
What is
Like
it?
most people on the right don't know how to define either of those words, and I think it's pretty
Socialism?
damning. Yeah, yeah, I think it's pretty damning that we did a lot of the Red Scare propaganda to sway people away from it because the Cold War, but
Uh-huh.
nobody actually knows how to describe it on the right. They're scared to death of it, and any
Well,
type of
I can.
social safety net is labeled socialism by the
Yeah,
right.
no, yeah. There's you have to separate these two, okay? Again, there's the definition, and then there is the empirical evidence, right? And I know that we can change the definitions all day, and I can struggle to define what socialism is, which is basically government running your life better than you can. That
That's not
notion that
that's
any
not socialism.
that's not socialism.
No, that's
Have you
authoritarianism
read Marx?
maybe.
Well, have
I
you
have
read Marx and
I have a
Engels?
good grasp of what Marx believes. I don't believe in Marxism. I don't believe in that. I
Okay.
don't like it.
Thanks for
I
saying
am
that. That
all about capitalism with safety
can I pause you for
nets.
a second? Can I pause you for a second? Thank you
Mhm.
so much for saying that because that was my understanding. That's where I was making that argument because as long as you stay a capitalist, and mind you, I want to be very clear, you can help out of the kindness of your heart whoever you decide to do. But once government gets involved, have you ever been to the DMV? You know what? I'm not going to ask that because that's a little bit
Yeah,
deceitful on my end.
I have. But
But
have you ever seen our military?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good, huh?
It's amazing. It's the best on the
And
world.
they
There
get
has
free
never
housing,
been.
they get tax
Uh,
exemptions, they get free food, they get free
yep.
schooling, everything, and nothing broke, right?
Nothing's broke. They are literally they are signing their name on a dotted line
And the
for
government's
you and
controlling
I
the shit
to
out of
have.
them, right?
Wait. For you and I to have this conversation that we have right now. Let me tell you something. If we both were in Cuba right now, we could not be having these conversations because there would be
Because of the
police.
authoritarianism.
Well, absolutely, because that's
Yeah.
what it derates into. That's what it goes into. Because when humans
I
taste
think
power,
I don't
yeah.
think
Go
socialism
ahead.
is
I'm sorry.
especially susceptible to authoritarianism any more than like capitalism here. I think that Trump is obviously doing a lot of things that the entire world agrees is authoritarian.
Yeah. Remind me of your name.
Pickles.
Nick. Oh, Pickles. Pickles.
Hmm.
Pickles. I'm Garcia. Let me tell you something. I will. There's a lot that we're not gonna agree on, and that's okay. All right. I think that there's a lot that we agree on, and there's a little bit that we are going to disagree because if the two of us agree on everything, I guarantee you only one of us is doing the thinking. Okay. But I will leave you with this. Okay. And I wish you and the people that are listening a great day. I will leave you with this. Make sure that you define like on and off, black, white, up or down. But when you start going into a grayish area, they start to use you for whatever their means are to an end. So, like right now, a lot of universities are being swayed very slowly. By the way, there's people that believe just like you. They're strong capitalism for you to have, whatever it is that you desire and work hard for. But when it comes down to it, they're like, well, what if the government gives me a little bit of money? What's wrong with that? And the problem with that is that whoever gives can also take. So we have to set that bar very, very high. Not the bar. That's not what I wanted to say. We wanted to set that line on the sand very well defined that government cannot do anything for us. We are sovereign. We are under God's eyes. We are all the same. We're all equal, not the same. We're all equal, and we all have inalienable rights like life, um, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And like I just wanted to end with that. I love you in Christ. I hope that you guys have a great debate. I hope that everybody that calls today is as pleasant as you have been to me. And thank you for the time.
Thank you. All right. Have a good day.
Bye bye.
Chat, don't forget to follow the stream. If you enjoy these debates, hop in the box. Give me a follow if you want to, do the stuff. Thank you so much. Jellyfish, thank you. Amber, thank you for the sing. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
I am.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Well, we can start with his Agenda 47. When it came down to his Agenda 47, for the most part, he completed it as far as his border patrol, his military, cutting off the welfare programs,
I think
and cutting out the.
I can go into this. I think Agenda 47 was horrible. It looks like an 8th grader wrote it. I've looked at this quite a bit.
It's a watered down. It's a watered down, more simpler. It's a watered down.
Well, yeah, because his real plan was Project 2025, which is actually what he's fast-tracked, and he lied about that.
So I'm explaining that Project 2025 is like the longer version. Agenda 47 was more of the watered down, but it got straight to the point, is what I'm saying.
So I'm going to read you some of the problematic things in Agenda 47, and I want to ask you what you think. On the last page, it says, modernize the military. Republicans will ensure a military is the most modern, lethal, powerful force in the world. We will invest in cutting-edge research and advanced technologies, including an Iron Dome missile defense shield, and support our troops with higher pay and get, and I quote, woke left-wing Democrats fired as soon as possible. Do you think that is following the First Amendment? Do you think that's very American of him?
Woke Democrats, like I said, we have our viewpoints of how we look at things. I personally think the woke Democrats is a threat to our country, because if you've seen Hakeem Jeffries, for example, he threatened the entire Republican Party with violence. It's up to debate, but personally, woke Democrats is definitely a threat to our national security, in my opinion.
Did you know that right-wing domestic terrorism is 70% of the violent terrorism that happens in this country?
So again, as we look at what's going on right now in our country with the attempted assassination, taking out the CEO, we all see that, and also not just that, also the situation with Charlie Kirk. We look at all those situations and we see that obviously the leftists is what are causing this kind of action, even though the red states are the one that support the gun law more than the blue states, correct?
I don't know what that means, but like we actually just put this in a chart and we track it with data, and 70% more on the right is what happens. The left is 20%. There's like a 10% of like kind of neither. And then there's 70%. It's mostly like white supremacists. Like everybody on the left wants to feed and house everybody. But the right, we have like actual Nazis. We have white supremacists. We have xenophobes. We have anti-trans, anti-gay people, pro-choice. We had somebody like pretty much assassinate Melissa Hortman and her husband at their front door. But Trump did not choose to talk about that. He wants to only highlight one side so that you guys feel radicalized and feel like there's an enemy within, which is a fascist in nature.
Well, and as I explained to you, we look at the past actions of what they did, though. They assassinated, obviously, the CEO, right? They assassinated Charlie Kirk. If you don't see, put it this way, if you do not see a leftist viewpoint, then you're viewed as an enemy to them. And
the only one espousing that rhetoric is Trump. Trump's called us the enemy within. He's called people vermin. He's called people poisoning the blood of the country.
Yes, I'm not taking that away, but at the same time, you have to look at their past actions. Now, I'm not saying the Republican Party is all innocent as well, but I'm just looking at how everything's going on as far as these attempted assassinations and successful assassinations. They're registered
two of them
Democrats.
were actually Republicans. That's not true. So 2 of his assassination attempts were Republicans. The third one was absolutely somebody on the left. But I don't think that you need to be radicalized in any sense to like maybe have a disagreement about how Trump's handling the Epstein files. I don't think that's a real political position. And I think that was the motive of the third one. But we absolutely do have like people coming through Buffalo, New York into Walmarts and spraying people down with the N-word painted on his rifle, or people charging into like gay clubs in Florida and spraying people down. It absolutely is more prominent on the right, and Trump is basically, I mean, when I say mean tweets, who do you think about? Trump. So Trump is the most prolific, inflammatory political figure we've had in U.S. recent history, and y'all coming out and telling us to tone down our rhetoric is almost ironic.
He's the ultimate troll. I mean, I'm going to be straight up honest with you.
That causes us to conflict, though, right? Like, he's trolling half of the country. That's not a good leader.
I personally, that's why I wanted to talk about Agenda 46. So first off, I'm a capitalist, okay? So when it comes down to it, let's talk about cutting education, for instance, okay? He wanted to cut education funds, which we're doing right now, right? And the reason, and I support that, and you're gonna probably attack me for this, and the reason why I'm gonna attack, because we are on the bottom to possibly mid-tier in the world when it comes to education.
It's not true.
And we're like ranked like 31. If I last time I
like 16.
Okay.
We're ranked 31 on how much we spend or something, but I don't think removing money from education makes it any better.
I'm gonna explain why though.
Can you give me the logic behind like removing money from education to make it better?
Exactly. I could totally explain it. So because we're still have not progressed, we're never going to beat China. We're wasting our money on the educational aspect. Why not put it in military, in our ICE or border patrol? That's the way. That's the way I see it.
Historically, the best times in American history with the economy have been when we paid for people's education, and we saw like people coming out of World War II who had the GI Bill. They came out and they created businesses, created jobs, and it was a huge like flourishment of our economy. And I think that they came out and just said it the other day. People in his administration said that they cut education so that birth rates would go up because teen pregnancy is something the right specializes in.
So nationalism, that's also what I represent, as you can tell, when I'm supporting the military. But I want to point this out. If you look at the bigger picture in this country, we as a voter and our tax dollars, we're sending a clear message, because what do we actually prioritize for the most part? It comes down to our sports teams. And hold on, let me phrase this. We put money in our stadiums, right? But we don't put our money in our books, on education, computer, because why? Because that doesn't bring in the revenue. What brings the revenue is the sport teams. When we give these billionaires tax breaks, private owned NFL teams, NBA teams, we're sending a clear message.
I don't think the government pays for NFL.
State government.
State government, I don't think pays for the NFL.
I'm saying that they get tax breaks, state-owned tax breaks, because we are prioritized, not teachers and all that. We prioritize our sports teams. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that comes into a big play.
That would only help like 0.01% of everybody. Like, how many people do you think play sports, bro?
It's not just sports. People watch sports. They go out and spend money on food. Do you not understand?
One of the biggest like effective ways that foreign countries interfere with us and other countries is, for instance, TikTok. So if China just came out and like raised the alarms that some other foreign entities doing what they're doing, and they have introduced stuff like media and TikTok and apps that distract the population so that they're less productive and they fall behind in the world stage. I think that's kind of what that does, right? Like, we are doing a brain drain when we invite the smartest people here and have the most educated educated like scientists and engineers, we create things like the atom bomb and things like nuclear energy. But when we don't, we like fall short in national security. We don't have a voter base that knows better when being propagandized by foreign countries. When we have people like Putin trying to tell us America first, and then we want to defund Ukraine arbitrarily, and so that he can win that war. I think that this is easily like a big misstep, and defunding education is going to do nothing but worsen our economy, make people stupid, make people commit crime, be in poverty.
Well, if I may throw this out, so first off, when it comes to defunding education, you have to look at it's more have to do with Pell Grants, right? And it also sometimes has to do with students with after school lunches or however you want to call it. That's connected to all that, okay? But it's not eliminating. This is my issue. It's not eliminating the program completely. What it is literally lessening the value of it. So like I'm giving you an instance. Let's say somebody received $22 and now they're going to receive, I don't know, 6 or 9. So it's defunding the education, but it's not removing it completely.
Yeah, it's putting more strain on it. So like more kids per classroom. When kids are hungry in class, they don't perform well. They don't learn as much. Yeah, I think it's pretty bad. We're the richest country on earth. If we can't feed our kids in school, it's pretty sad.
And so, okay, so here's where I come in with socialism, okay? When it comes, obviously, democracy talks about socialism, and you could be a mixed. You could be a mix of capitalism, socialism, okay? The way I see it, though, when we give for example, these welfare programs, let's just say Medicaid, Medicare, and we defund it, right? We put ourselves in a less tax burden as a taxpayer.
It's not true.
Okay, well, let me put it this way. We don't put higher taxes on us because we're paying for somebody else's Medicare and Medicaid. Because if I remember correctly, Obamacare, my mom got higher taxes because of that. If you remember.
Yeah, in the beginning, there was a rollout period, and now we can see that insurance rates are pretty similar to where they were pre-ACA. But obviously, we're 50th in healthcare in the developed world, and every single person above us has a single-payer system. 63% of all bankruptcies in America are from medical debt. People unalive themselves. People just get into crippling debt and end up on the streets. And then we also cry about that. I think it's silly. I think it's self-defeating, and it also costs us more money. So Trump's tax plan actually increased taxes for 95% of America. It's his specialties. He's a con man. So he pretty much just conned America into thinking tax breaks were going to help them.
Well, look at Canada. Well, look at Canada. Canada has universal health care, right? Mm-hmm. And I have friends in Canada, and they explain to me very simply that, when you want to schedule an appointment to see even a doctor, you're going to have to wait almost a month to a month and a half to see somebody.
You know how long I've been waiting? 12 years. I've been waiting 12 years here because I can't go at all. So that's what you're not seeing. 40 million Americans are uninsured. 12 million die each year because they don't have healthcare access. And Canada has a 4-year longer life expectancy because of this, and they pay half what we do, and they have twice as good of outcomes. That's
their taxes. Their taxes pretty bad though.
Their taxes are relatively the same as ours. In fact, they have higher social mobility and economic mobility. They rank higher on that scale. So they're like one of the best countries in the world, actually.
You think Canada is one of the best countries in the world with their national security is pretty in the dumps?
Like, what do they need?
Even though they do train us in NATO, even though they train us in NATO, I get that point.
The only thing they need national security from is probably us right now.
I mean, so you're Canadian, okay? No, so you're not gonna
I'm Texan.
Oh, okay, you're a Texan, okay. So for national security purposes, I'll put it this way. We wanted to make Canada obviously the 51st state, and it could still be a possibility, you never know, because we wanted to give Canada more national security. In return, we would receive resources from them, and we would also receive funding that we were still owed at the time. If I understand correctly, because
I think we've historically given Canada like $20 billion. It's literally nothing. Trump's going to get that himself by the time he's done finishing this term.
I mean, we'll see, but I mean that he's still got what, almost a year and a half of change to go, almost to. But anyways, back to my point though. So I get it, welfare programs, all that. We and with military too, because I've spoken to military vets that come back from WAR, and they explain to me that they sometimes can't even see it like a PTSD counselor, for instance, because of what the big beautiful bill is doing to them, right?
Yeah, he's
But
even kicked 10,000 veterans out of their homes, making them homeless too.
but you have to understand something though. He's not removing the programs completely. He's putting a strain, what you call it. He's putting a
America
strain.
first. Yeah, he's clawing it back so he can give his rich friends tax breaks. That's literally what happened.
Okay, so the tax breaks, you got to understand. Well, I look at the big corporations, and when big corporations are prospering, obviously more jobs are going to be available.
That's not happening either. He created 0 jobs last year. It's really bad. That's literally pathetic.
And this is what it comes down to being a capitalist, and this is what it comes down to when somebody be a socialist. Again, you could be mixed with all these feelings. You could believe all this and plus believe, hey, we need healthcare. But the reality is we can't have both. Something has to come from something. And I just prioritize, obviously, our military, our border patrol, and obviously our ICE agents. That's what it comes down to. That's what his Agenda 47 was mainly targeting.
Yeah,
And
military state.
nationalism, per se.
Ultra nationalism. It's a fascist tenet.
I mean that's pretty I mean it's a strong derogatory term, but I mean I guess it go in some ways I mean I've been called that before, but I just look at the bigger picture right now with Iran, and a lot of people are going to call us biased because it says, well, no endless wars. I mean,
no new wars, right?
Well, you have to understand something. If you remember correctly, in 2025, the Saudi crown prince went on an interview and he deliberately explained, if they get one, we must get one. And if they're even close to getting one, then we're going to activate our defense agreement with PAC. And that's going to, hold on. I know where you're going with this. And so we were in a position, America was in a lose-lose situation, okay? Because if America would not act in Iran, then we would have a case with Saudi Arabia launching a nuclear strike, even if we are buddies to them. Okay.
Can you explain to me what happened in the Iran nuclear deal?
Are you talking about Obama's deal?
Mm-hmm.
The JPC, what's it called?
JCPOA?
Yeah, thank you. So basically, the Obama deal, I personally did not like it, but they basically agreed on a certain amount of nuclear enrichment that Iran could have. In return, we would give them also funding. We gave them a lot of money for this agreement as well. But the problem is,
it's like $1.5 billion. It's nothing.
I mean, but I'm saying my point. First off, number one, we're dealing with radical terrorist organization, world sponsor organization. Number one,
their GDP is like $400 billion. It was their funds. We froze them and just gave them back.
But I'm saying though, what did they would use that money to cause more harm to the world because they're the world sponsor of tea, right?
Sure, I agree that they're the world sponsor of terrorism, but the whole world, especially after Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA, turned against them and crippled their economy again. So of course they hate us now even more, and enabled them to enrich more uranium. So he's basically created the problem he's fixing. And on the behalf of Netanyahu, I think I know Netanyahu has been trying to convince every single U.S. president since like 1950 that
100%.
to go invade Iran, and Trump's the only person who fell for it.
I mean, 100%. Bibi had an effect, but if we're gonna say Bibi, then we're gonna have to say Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia
the people
has
Trump's friends with, good friends with.
Well, here's the thing: the Crown Prince, Saudi Arabia. If you remember correctly, Trump was trying to end this conflict. And Saudi Arabia said, no, Iran is at their most weakest point. We need to act right now. And Saudi Arabia has serious interest in this. Let's just be honest right now. They put their hands in our entertainment business. They put our hands in our sports business. They put a lot of
Trump
money
has enabled them. Trump is letting them. Trump is holding hands with them, holding one of the biggest golf tournaments in the world with them.
Yes,
Live,
Board of Peace.
and he's
Board of Peace, right?
Well, that too. The Board of Peace is made of only dictators. It's wild.
So it's what, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Pakistan.
Netanyahu, who has like 7 warrants worldwide.
Israel's not on the Board of Peace yet.
Well, he's sitting here. He's trying to get the leader of Hungary reelected, Viktor Orban. He's authoritarian. He's an autocrat. He's horrible, horrible person. I think it's so reprehensible. There's no defending it. It's insane. He's trying to get the guy.
He's creating a new NATO. Is basically what he's doing. He's trying to kick out NATO and
he's
create
being friends with the bad guys. All the bad guys.
Saudi.
NATO
Okay,
with the
well,
bad guys.
here's the thing.
Saudi Arabia funded 9/11, right?
I'm going to say the Saudis were a bad people. I'm not taking anything away. But the Crown Prince was not the leader at the time of 9/11 or right now. The same Crown Prince that we're in right now, that's what I'm saying. He was not there. He was not leading the country. Saudi Arabia has changed. Now, I mean, look how much they invested in our businesses. Look how much they invested in sport. I mean, Tom Brady, for instance. Look how much what they did for
drilling
them.
all of our oil and selling it and taking all the money. It's great.
What I'm making a point here is that I understand. Listen, nobody wants war. It's ugly. But at the same time, we've been at this for 47 years. We've been kicking the can.
Obama
That's what
did this
Iran's
without any dead bodies, without spending $1 billion a day, without making the whole world fractured against us.
Sir, if you remember correctly, what did Obama do for in the Middle East? Who he pull out?
What do you mean, who did he pull out?
Who did he pull out in the Middle East? Obama. Who did he pull out in Afghanistan, if you remember correctly?
Bin Laden?
I remember. I'm trying to remember. You chat. You can fact check me. Obama. He pulled out our troops out of the whole entire Middle East, or was it Biden? Maybe I'm getting confused.
So that was actually Trump's deal. So you're talking about Biden's withdrawal of Afghanistan. That was Trump's big blunder, and he went around pointing at Biden and blaming him for it. Then 4 years.
Okay. So but I apologize if I was Obama. So yeah, I just want to make sure I get fact checked on that. What I'm coming at here right now is you had 7 presidents saying that Iran was a threat, and we had to do something about it, but we never had. Now we finally have a president that has the nerve, and yeah, sure, you could say Bibi has pushed him as well to it. I get that, but it's also Saudi Arabia. We can't just point fingers at Israel. That's the point. If you're gonna point fingers, you got to point fingers at Saudi. You got to point fingers at the people who have interest in this whole entire conflict. That's
Trump
war.
Absolutely has interest. Jared Kushner is the link between Israel and the Saudis. Jared Kushner made $2 billion being ambassador of the Middle East during Trump's term. Trump's son-in-law. And he's not qualified whatsoever. I don't know what the fuck his qualifications are, but he is basically just enriching the shit out of himself.
I mean, that is true, but he also did make an agreement, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if it was the ceasefire or it was the Board of Peace. He did something really big, though, and he got a lot of credit.
Talking about the Abraham Accords, and it was just basically the thing that made Jared Kushner rich.
Yes, that's one. Yes.
Yeah.
There you go.
So nepotism, corruption, no points for Trump.
Well, I'll put it this way. I never said Trump as a human being is a great guy, but he's a ruthless businessman, and he has failed in business. I mean, we all know that. And I mean, when you get pushed down, you go back up. That's what life is, right? You get back up when you get knocked down. But I'm saying he's a ruthless businessman that had to step on multiple fingers to get where he had to be. At the end of the day, this is a dog. This is a dog eating.
He was a failed businessman all the way until The Apprentice show, and then that's what gave him just an inkling of success. But he has run most of his businesses into the ground. His casinos were basically hotbeds for Russians to do money laundering. He is a corrupt person, and he is doing that with the levers of the government now.
So first off, you're talking about the Trump Tower. You're talking about the casinos that he's banned from, right? He also had a league called UFL, and he just dropped it at one time, but it was successful. at least from the documentary of 3030. If you watch the documentary 30 for 30, it talks about how Trump owned the entire UFL and he was really responsible for it, right? But he dropped it completely and they still don't know why, because it was making a significant profit. And it showed that he actually dropped it to focus on the Trump Tower, his business of that
His
point. But
Trump Tower that he convinced a bunch of Polish undocumented workers to come build, and then he didn't pay them.
yeah, like I
Yeah.
said, he's not.
He's a con man. He is a con man. That's why he's failed at every time he wasn't successfully ripping someone off.
Again, I told you, I'm not questioning his character. Okay, I'm saying the guy is not a great guy, but when
So
he's a
behind
ruthless
closed doors, when
businessman.
he's doing all of these business deals on behalf of the United States, he's not making any friends. He is ripping everyone off. He is stealing even money from us. He's taken away Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security from all of us, and took away food stamps from all of us. And then he's enriched himself.
You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful when you say take it away, because what he's doing, he's straining it. That's the better word, but he's not completely taking it away.
He's removed people off of these programs. 12 million people are now uninsured. I think it's like 2.6 million Americans or 3.6 million Americans had their food stamps totally taken away or reduced from like $400 to like $86. People are starving now so that Trump can get super rich.
Well, here's the reality too, and this is where people attack me as well. Food stamp situation. It's an example of $22 per week, and it turned down to like $8 or $9 per week. Okay, yeah, that's a drop. I get that, but that's on top of your salary that you already have, and on top of that, they did a research that it's being bought for candy, for sodas.
It's still good for our economy. So this is just them pulling at your heartstrings. But it's like saying, listen, I don't want to plant 100 trees because one's going to die. I think it's silly. For every dollar we spend in food stamps, it's $1.50 to $1.70 in economic activity. It makes our economy flourish. If we doubled it, the economy would be better.
Well, he didn't take away food stamps completely. He took it away from
He doesn't
those
get
that are
points for not just removing it.
undocumented illegals.
You cannot get food stamps as an undocumented. You need a social security card, dude.
I understand that, but I'm being honest with you. I'm telling you right now, there's literally undocumented illegals that have food stamps.
Okay, and that doesn't break my heart. That doesn't hurt my feelings. It doesn't make me want to like starve the rest of the people rightfully.
He's not making them starve though. He's changing from $22 to $9 on top of their salary.
It's $400 to
I'm just giving an example. No, I'm just giving an example.
It's so little money already, and the way they've taught you to be upset about this is crazy.
It's not that. Like I said, I rather use the welfare programs cuts to my military, straight to my military.
Why? Who are we fighting? Why? You rather bomb and kill people than feed them?
I mean, the Iran situation is, I'm going to be honest with you, and people are going to say, yeah, we need a ceasefire, kick the can because we don't want to end up in the situation of Vietnam War. Okay, well, here's the reality, man. If Iran seriously gets this they're going to hold the world hostage.
They don't even have a delivery system. They can't do anything.
I'm making a point, though, is that we're going to have to either deal with Saudi Arabia launching their defense agreement at Iran before they even complete it, which will be a serious...
Imagine if they were still in the Iran nuclear deal. None of this would have happened.
If you're thinking that, you can't trust those kind of radical people, though, because their ideology...
Don't trust them.
I'm saying their ideology...
We had people We had people on
their
site.
Their ideology says that if you must lie for your cause, then do it.
I think that's what Trump does. That's literally Trump.
I never say he doesing lie. Okay, I never say he doesn't lie.
Hate it, you got to be logically consistent here, dude. Trump lied about Project 2025, and he had nothing to do with it. Came in and fast tracked it. He's 60% done with it.
Again, what I'm saying that for the most part of what I voted for, like if I had to give this man a serious grade right now, currently, I mean, if I was being generous to him, I would give him an A-. But if I was being realistic, I would give him a B+. And the reason I would give him a B+ is because, number one, nobody wants these gas prices to go up, okay? So, I mean, yeah, it's hurting us as an economy.
He's crashed the world's economy. This isn't just us.
It's global economy. You're absolutely right about the Strait of Hormuz is the global economy. But you have to look at the bigger picture. He's actually not just hurting Iran. He's really hurting China. This is who's really
That's
losing.
not good. Why are we hurting China?
Because China was actually getting oil from Venezuela, from all these places,
Why
from
is that
black
bad?
market, because of the BRICS system.
Why is it bad?
They're trying to crash our currency. They're trying to crash our dollar.
That's not even true. Like the petrodollar was very prominent until Trump came in and shat on it. The UAE just left OPEC.
Yes, and watch what happens because they left OPEC. Now it's going to give America more ammo as far as our oil is concerned, especially when it comes to our set prices. Oil will go down because the OPEC is the one that was like it was an organization. It was an organization that basically said, "Hey, we're basically keeping everybody hostage. We're going to set this price and we're going to enrich ourselves." With them leaving OPEC, this is more fair game now. So yes, I'm full support of them leaving OPEC. I don't see why you wouldn't be.
That's just another step towards what you're so scared of, though.
Of what?
Them replacing OPEC with BRICS, the petrodollar.
Oh yeah, of course, 100%. I'm afraid of
Trump's
BRICS.
3D chess is just 3D chess for him, not you.
No, because for me personally, I'm like I said, I understand the tax code, and I play by Trump's playbook, and so I write off my taxes legally. People might call me a cheater, but at the end of the day, I mean, if you have a problem with it, then change the tax code. Won't you ask Hillary Clinton actually? Because she was.
We've been trying to. Every time Democrats come into office, they do raise the tax code. They do change it, and it balances the budget. And every time Republicans are in office, they explode the deficit and fuck up the economy really bad.
You're seeing it from a different perspective. I'm seeing it as big corporations need these tax breaks so we can open up more jobs, because if
historically that's not a thing. That's not a thing. What they do is they do stock buybacks. They don't open jobs. So if you want to create a job as a business, that's already tax reducible. That is a business expenditure that's tax reducible in every way. If you're a company and you don't want to pay taxes, open another brick and mortar or hire more people, give them pensions. But they won't. They're going to hoard that cash, and it creates inflation. We have to print more. That's why we had Trump printed $5 trillion his first term, because he gave so many tax breaks.
Inflation is inedible. Let's just be honest right there. That's inedible. You can't stop inflation, Pickles.
We want at least between 1.5 and 3% inflation. Trump is exasperating that. He has created so much inflation and caused the dollar to lose value. He has completely just fucked this up in every sense of the way.
Our dollar currency is perfectly fine. What are you talking about? We're still
lost 20% of its value since Trump entered office.
But we're still leading, are we not?
We're on a trajectory to lose to China. That's why he's trying to stifle. Every time you guys are scared of socialism, you're like, look where socialism doesn't work. Look at China, dude. They're destroying every economy on earth. Like, not destroying, but they're beating everybody. And they have a better healthcare system. They have better everything for their people.
Yeah, but I mean, do you really want to work with that kind of dictator that tells you can only watch this, you can only say this, you can't talk about the government? It's the communism. Says, right? And the communism, though, way, you have to look at how the communist standpoint works, right? Everybody's equal. Nobody can be above, right?
No, that's not true.
Do you really?
They still have a hierarchy, social hierarchy. What's up, Shakuna? Shakuna wanted to talk about food stamps and stuff.
Yeah, thanks, Pickles. I appreciate you bringing me up here. Guess I don't know your name. I'm just going to go with
Ambush.
Fine, Ambush. That works for me. So you were talking about the idea of taking away food from children, and I really wanted to talk to you about that because I work for an organization that provides food to food banks. It's my daily job to make sure that children are nourished and people are fed in this country. For someone who claims to be America first, I'm curious to know: do you actually know what the food insecurity rate is in this country? Like how many, one in how many people are actually food insecure?
Honestly, no.
Great. So allow me to educate you. So 1 in 7 Americans, and by that I mean 1 in every 7 Americans, meaning 1 in every 7 adults, okay, is food insecure, meaning they don't know where their next meal is coming from. So that means they don't know when they go home if they're going to be able to eat or not. And that's due to Trump. That is due to inflation. That is due to tariffs. And what's even more staggering, more sobering, you probably don't care, but I'm going to tell you anyways. 1 in 5 children, 1 in 5 kids do not know where their next meal is coming from. That should alarm you as an American.
I'm sorry, but I don't. I care more about military. Like, you got to understand. And
so wait, hold on, wait. What? So you care less about children starving than your military.
I care about my national security.
You're obsessed with
Your national security is more than fine, sir. It's the children, the people that live in your country that are part of that system that
But
are
he's not removing
starving.
it. But he's not removing it. He's
Yes,
straining it.
he is.
He's straining it.
He is
That's all.
not straining it. He is
Excuse
draining
me?
it.
Pickles just said that. It's Pickles. It came out of Pickles' mouth too.
It's not that he removed 100%. You don't get points for doing 99. Like
He did not remove 99%.
I'm just saying, but it's a lot. It's a lot. You don't get forgiven just because he only removed 2.6 million people off of food stamps or 80,000 people off of welfare. You don't get points for that. He did do that.
Okay, so the big. Okay, hold on. How do I call you? The big or what?
You can call me Big. That's fine. I'm fine
Big. Yeah. So here's the thing. I'm giving this example. He gave me the $100 example. What I'm just gonna do something simpler. Let's say people we're getting $24 per week. Okay, now it's down to $9. That's the strain, but that's not their only income though. They also have a salary on top of that.
No, they don't. They don't, man. And that's where you have a fundamental disagreement or a fundamental misunderstanding of how that system works. Okay. Once again, people that are receiving here in Michigan, this is where I'm from, it's called the bridge card, right? When they receive the bridge card, that means that they are receiving such a low amount of income that they do not have enough to provide for their basic essentials, which is the reason why they're given the bridge card. It's the reason why they're able to purchase healthy food. It's not because they have a whole bunch. It's not like they're sitting on a wad of cash, bro, and then they're able like, hey, I'm going to go ahead and dip more money out of the government. No, it is literally is.
I never said that's a wad. I'm just saying though, whatever job you have, even if it's a construction, if it's a dishwasher, if it's a cleaning, whatever. But I'm saying they have a salary.
No, they don't.
Top of that.
No, they don't. And that's actually, once again, another fundamental misunderstanding. Do you know how many people that are on governmental assistance in terms of food security or in order to receiving food benefits that actually are not employable? Meaning that they have multiple injuries, they have PTSD, they have multiple limbs missing, they are on disability. These are individuals that cannot physically work, and you want to take food out of their mouths.
What I'm saying, I'm not taking food out of their mouth.
You are though.
We're straining it. We're
Sir,
straining
you
it.
are though. No. Straining is just another way of saying you want to choke them out.
Not choking them out. You still have
Yes, you are.
So you're sitting here telling me that they can't get a job, even like these criminals that come out of jail?
Elderly people are on food assistance, sir. You want the elderly? You want your grandmother to go get a job?
Okay, I'm sorry to tell you this, but Walmart, for example, as crazy as this sound,
That's wild, bro. You are about to suggest the idea of the elderly working.
They sit down, they stand and just say hello, goodbye.
Hold on a second. You want your 70-year-old grandmother to be a greeter at Walmart just so that way she can eat? Are you insane, bro?
I never said it that way, but okay, if you want to take
that's what you're implying.
I'm implying to a point where like there's jobs that are available for elderly. Let's not lie to each other here. There's jobs that are created for elderly. In addition to that, they do have a retirement.
I find it wild.
Do they not have a retirement pension?
Work in order
if they work, don't they have a retirement pension, my friend?
Not all people have pensions. As a matter of fact, you can thank Republicans for that.
Sir, retirement pension is for everybody that qualifies.
No, it's not. A retirement pension is not for everyone. As a matter of fact, if you want to go down that road, let's talk about Social Security, because that's actually an even funnier thing. Did you know because of the one big beautiful bill, you're actually going to receive 80 or 20% less of your Social Security benefits when you retire?
It depends what you do, and it also
has nothing to do with what you do, man. It's a broad policy across the board.
So the big beautiful bill, I'm for it though. So
you're cool with having money taken away from you after you retire? That's wild.
If you work for a company, but if you are an entrepreneur or you own your own business,
not everyone's going to be an entrepreneur.
I'm just making a point, sir. You're asking me a question, so I'm trying to deliver it to you. If you own your own business, if you're an entrepreneur, but if you work for a multi-billion-dollar organization, sure, yeah, 20% is gone, yeah, okay. But you could still recoup that with your 401k or stocks. Even it is a gamble, but I'm just making a point. I mean, there's ways to recoup it.
There's not.
Before Social Security, 2/3 of elderly Americans 65 plus lived in poverty. That's not America, dude. That's That's a third world country.
Pickles, he doesn't care. He wants his 80-year-old grandma to work for Walmart, so that way
I
she
did
can
not
eat.
say that. I'm saying there's
You
jobs
did though.
available.
Admit it.
Relax.
Listen, own up to your shit, man.
I said there's jobs available for elderly, and I gave you an example.
Think about Walmart. There's 2 entrances, there's 2 greeters, and I bet for every Walmart there's like 300,000 elderly that need a job. That's not an answer.
I'm just giving example. I didn't say specifically just Walmart. I
And
gave you
it's not.
guys an example.
I mean, here's the thing, though, man. It's not even going to mention. It's not even going to matter because you know why? Because we have people that are on food assistance here locally in here in Michigan that work for Walmart, that are Walmart greeters, that don't make enough money to actually qualify, and by that to be able to actually feed themselves.
For
So they
healthcare,
qualify.
right?
Yes, correct. So so what happens then is that we have to step in and actually help them so that way they can get food, so that way they can survive. They don't make enough money at Walmart to feed themselves.
Okay,
And you
watch
can
this.
thank Walmart for that.
Watch this. Watch this. Ready? Starbucks. You get full universal health care.
Holy fuck, bro. Can you stop pivoting and just stay on a
That's not
topic?
pivoting. You just told me. I just
You
told
Trump
you.
created 0 jobs last year. The job opportunities are at all-time low because of Trump. You can't both cut people off and say go get a job when unemployment's rising while 6 million open jobs is very low. Even during COVID, it was better than that. Like Trump is fucked up everything.
You guys, listen, you guys complain about healthcare, that people can't afford healthcare, right? I gave you a solution. Starbucks, Amazon, they literally give you free healthcare if you work for them.
It's not free, by the way. No,
it's not free. It's definitely not free.
But you know what I mean.
Yeah, with a $6,000 deductible and 20% of your paycheck. Now I'm good.
I'm just making a point. They take care of you.
Ambush,
as far
we
as
live in the most
healthcare.
prosperous country in the world. The fact that we do not have universal health care is insane.
Okay, well, you know what? I don't want to have higher tax dollars. I'm sorry. I don't want to deal with
You want to
that.
have higher taxes? You want to pay more money?
I said I don't want to have higher taxes.
You have a fundamental misunderstanding of how universal health care works.
So
Universal health care. Did you not
before we
see
move on to that,
Canada?
Before
Did
we
you not
move
see
on to
Canada?
that, hold on, ambush. Before we move on to that, I want to go back because your concern is that you would rather have this money go to the military, correct?
Not just military. I specifically said military, border patrol, and our ICE agents.
Okay, so I'd like to first point out that 1.2 million of our retired veterans are on SNAP.
I'm well aware.
You're well aware. How would you like for them to go to Starbucks? Would you like for them to go, find a job and make up for what we owe them, literally owe them?
Well, here's one thing you misinterpret, though. They do have a GI Bill, don't they?
No, a GI Bill's for education, my dear.
A GI Bill is not for food assistance, buddy.
Correct. It's
GI
for
Bill-
education. You're talking to,
I'm saying they get a GI Bill, right? No. I'm trying to explain something to you. They get a GI Bill when they get out of the service.
No,
That's
listen.
for school.
That's
Yes,
for
I'm trying to explain to you something. So look at what happens when they have a GI Bill, okay, and they go to whatever school they want so they can work on their own major or trade per se.
That's
Okay,
2 million people.
Here's what.
That's
Wait,
2 million people out of
wait.
350 million people. 2 million? That's
No.
not an answer.
But you're not. But you're missing the point. Hold on, you're missing the point.
No,
You're
what
missing
we're
the
not
point.
going to do
They
is
take
pretend
care.
they
Hold on,
do
they
not.
take care. Hold on. Here's the thing, though. They will take care of your housing. They will give you
No,
a
they
meal
won't.
plan. They
No,
will
they
give
will
you
not.
career services.
No, they
Incorrect.
don't,
They
man.
do
Incorrect.
not. Really.
I am
Really.
telling
So
you from
going to a
firsthand
university.
I am
Really,
telling
going to
you
a
from
university?
firsthand experience that is not how it goes. That is not how it goes. You get a small amount for a GI Bill, and that is if you.
Let me get my friend that's a sergeant real quick. Then how about that?
My father's
let me
a
get him up
colonel.
here because
My father's a colonel. I served.
okay.
My brother was a ranger who passed away. So let's talk about it. This is not the GI Bill provides for a very small amount of education, and that's considering people who, if you are young and able to come back from whatever service you did.
Yeah,
and to
but
go
I'm
to school.
explaining to you though that you have resources for almost 3 to 4 years. when you're in
That's fun.
college.
That's
No.
cool. That's cool for
No.
like 2 million people out of 350 million. But this is silly. This is how Trump tricked you and conned you and lied to you. This is the difference between Kamala and Trump's tax proposals. Trump is the yellow. All of the people on the left, which is the poorest, second, middle, fourth, and everybody beneath $360,000 are seeing a huge tax increase. He tricked you with like no tax on tips and stuff like that. It all comes out in the wash to increase your taxes and reduce it for only the richest of the rich. This motherfucker is Saddam Hussein. And then Kamala was going to reduce your tax liability for everybody making under $360 million or $360,000, and only increase it for the people making $1 million. So
So write
you
off
were
taxes
conned,
like me.
you were conned to vote for a tax increase.
First off, it's not just no tax on tips; it's also no tax on overtime as well. So if
It's
we're
not
gonna go
even
that route,
yeah, it's not even that. It doesn't come out in the wash. Well, he pulled a switcheroo. He gave you 50 cents and took $5.
So, Ambush, what would you like for the active duty military families who are on SNAP to do? Because there are 20,000 of them currently.
again, I speak like, what do you want me to say? I told you, if you're set with $22 and now you're sitting at $9 plus the salary, that's what it comes down to.
And for those that can't work, screw them.
Are you seriously going to sit here and tell me they can't find you a job?
I just
What?
gave you
Especially
5
right
different
now.
examples, Ambush, and
You
yet
can't be
still,
you can't be a
and yet
remote.
pivot.
You can't work remote at your
What-
own house.
What if you are active duty military? What would you like them to do?
I just told you, you can't literally work remote at your own house.
Oh my God.
Oh my
Even
god, dude!
we-
You
we
seem to live in this
subsidize-
weird bubble, dude.
We subsidize Walmart workers, by the way, $8 billion a year because even they underpay their people so much. It's like slavery.
Oh, they do. Oh, they definitely do. I'm not taking that away. But Amazon, as much as people hate Amazon, I mean, they demand a lot, but they give a lot back.
Also,
They do
Republicans
not.
are fighting tooth and nail to stop people from working remote. They hate it.
I mean, yeah, that's true. I mean, that's the problem with the leftist side because they took advantage of their mental days, breaks and stuff like that, and they came out saying that, yeah, man, with remote, I feel more comfortable because I'm in my own space.
Remote
but a lot of
work
times,
shows more productivity. There's no downside to remote. And
Yeah,
it saves companies
we
business
increased
money.
we increased profits for businesses across the board during the pandemic because people were working from home remotely. What are you talking about?
we had no other choice, actually.
Yeah,
And we
it worked
actually
out.
Once again,
learned,
you're
and
missing
we
the
actually
point.
learned, and we
Ambush,
actually
you're
learned a
missing the
lot
point,
from this
sir.
country that we can do it. We
Ambush,
can work
again,
on
you're missing the point. We increased revenues.
as a remote. I'm not taking it, but we rather have somebody come physically at work than remote. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
I
just
know.
logic.
It's just for no reason.
Correct.
It's not for no reason. It's
What reason do
specifically.
you have?
Ambush,
It
what do you do for a living?
I'm just gonna leave it like this. I'm an entrepreneur, but I'm a sports-based entertainer.
Sports-based entertainer.
Yeah, and I'm an entrepreneur. If that gives you an idea.
No, not really.
Yeah, so how's your crypto scam working, bud?
I don't do crypto. Oh, actually, no, I lie. I actually bought the
Of course you
Dogecoin.
do crypto.
No. I bought the Dogecoin from Elon Musk because it was a little trend going on, and I lost about $200, but it was a pretty fun deal.
So you have
Oh,
a
cool. So you gave
podcast?
money. So you gave more money to a billionaire. Good job, bud. Good for you.
I was interested in it. It was a trend. Like, come on.
So
And you
Ambush,
lost $200.
I mean, he made me $2.
Ambush, do you have a podcast?
I mean, I was thinking about it, but I've been invited to a few ESPN radios and I educated America as far as when the NFL playoffs was. So I do stuff like that once in a while, but I was thinking about it at one point, but TikTok wise, let's not get into that right now. Like I said, it's on my mind.
I just don't understand, man, why you keep on claiming America first, but yet you don't want to do anything that's actually going to benefit Americans. You only want to do things that are going to benefit your pocketbook specifically.
Like
Not exactly.
We could have reduced
But
your
it is a dog.
taxes
But if you want to talk, realistically, it is a dog eats dog world out there, unfortunately. I
No,
mean,
it's not. No,
it's
it's not.
not
That is
really,
that's
really.
conservative propaganda that has
No,
brainwashed you for
So it's not
years.
competition. So tell me the truth. When you try to get a job, it's not competition. When you
Of course,
when you try to get a better position in life where you're at right now, it's not competition. You don't wish to sit in that seat where you're looking across somebody else. Is that what you're telling me?
yes, correct. I would rather make sure that my fellow Americans are taken care of, because you know why? At the end of the day, when our Americans, our
Then
fellow,
you're a socialist.
hold on, wait a second. When our fellow Americans are taken care of, they benefit you. I know you don't believe that, but they do. When Americans are healthy and productive and are able to actually provide for themselves, then they are able to actually increase the amount of revenue that this country makes,
Listen, there's
which directly benefits you, by the way, Ambush, in case you're too stupid to realize
there's
that.
plenty of resources
There is
available.
not. There is not.
And
Trump is
if you guys
Trump
listen,
is literally putting a
if he
stranglehold on
if
all of it.
here's one thing I know, you can't just eliminate Medicare and Medicaid completely. There has to be something there. So look, we're not gonna, because first off, the Congress would not allow that. That we know for a fact.
Ambush, I love you, brother, but I don't think you have any idea what you're talking about.
Excuse me, Medicare and Medicaid. I said you can't eliminate completely.
Yes, correct. You're arguing my point, not yours.
What I'm making a point is that you can't eliminate, there's still something there. So you can add on with your salary if you make below income. When you lose your job, you get unemployment benefits. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah, I'm very fully aware of that. Also, the reason why Republicans are actually putting a stranglehold on that too.
Yeah, because people abused it.
How are they abusing it, sir?
Good Lord.
Jeez,
man. Because I already told him in the very beginning about the whole SNAP and bridge and benefits. You call it bridge benefit, right? I explained,
which is the reason why I came up here to talk to you. Yes.
Yeah. But I'm explaining, like, they use it on unhealthy stuff such as sodas, candy, etc. At that point, and that's a problem. If you're gonna use it on quality foods like rice, chicken, broccoli, stuff like that's actually nutritious, not stuff that's soda, because they've had plenty of situations where they see undocumented illegals who ICE have arrested, who literally saw these freaking grocery carts of freaking I'm not, well, you might laugh about it, but they literally had stories
This
about
is like
this shit.
the biggest nothing burger I've ever heard in my entire life, bro.
They
How-
found
how-
people with groceries. Oh no! And
I
it was
found the people with
unhealthy.
groceries, pickles. That means all of them are doing it.
Well, I'm saying that they were undocumented, they were illegally here, or they're past their visa and they got deported.
Do you have any evidence to prove they were undocumented?
Do I have proof? I mean, there were
Yes,
stories
correct.
about it.
So trust me, bro, is what you're trying to tell me.
So if
There
I
was-
were a billionaire and I wanted to gut Social Security in another country, all I have to do is go tell them, hey, they're buying unhealthy food. Convince half the population with one sentence that they need to
they're
starve
abusing
their
this.
populace.
They're abusing the system. Let's be honest. They're
Uh-huh.
abusing the system.
Uh-huh.
Okay. There's undocumented illegals that come here to get pregnant to literally give them citizenship. Do you understand that? Do you understand how wrong that is? What about those that actually
How
went
was
through
that
the
wrong
due
again?
process?
The horrors.
How was that wrong again?
Oh no.
But I'm saying, what about the people that actually went legally and got the due process and still prospering right now? What about those?
That's cool. That's cool. We should make it way easier. We should make it way easier, and our economy will flourish.
All we ask is for a documentation.
Somebody paid to kick you, Scott. Thank you so much for the $40 to kick.
W.
Thank you, Scott. Jeez, W. Scott, indeed.
Thank you.
Also,
guys.
if I can just say something real quick, Pickles, the whole idea that people are using their SNAP benefits to purchase sodas and sugary products and stuff like that, it's wildly untrue. Granted, yes, are there some products that qualify under those programs that you can purchase, like, for example, like juices and sodas? Yes, absolutely. And you know what? I'm not against that in any way, shape, or form. You know why? Because children deserve to have something nice if they are in a really, really bad situation. I don't have an objection to that whatsoever. The majority of those programs, and taking from someone who knows, is that all those products that you have to purchase have to qualify somewhere under the food pyramid, meaning they have to be whole grains, fresh vegetables and fruits and stuff like that. But because of food deserts that exist in this country, people don't have access to good quality produce. That's an unfortunate reality that we live in and something where you're trying to change. So if you really want to do something about that and fix that portion of it where you feel bad about someone getting a sugary soda or something like that, then how about fixing the material conditions for the communities in which you live in and make sure that people have access to healthy foods?
Yeah,
Because they don't currently.
like I'm not hearing any like numbers like fraud is 40% or whatever. There's always going to be people who are going to like cheat the system a little bit and stuff like that. That doesn't get me in my feelings. It's 1% of our country's federal tax dollars, and I don't feel like scrutinizing it when we're paying Elon Musk $8 million a goddamn day to play with rockets.
Right. And meanwhile, we have 1 in 5 children that are starving. That's the part that should break anyone's heart, regardless of what side of the political aisle that you sit on. The fact that 1 in 5 children are going to bed hungry every night should alarm anybody.
But the military, they don't have enough money.
Yeah, the military, we already spend twice as much as the next 10 countries combined. How much more do we need? You guys are obsessed. This is insane. When does it stop? When's enough? We're going to get a golden dome now? We're bankrupting our country to invest in bombs and firearms and shit? For what? Who are we fighting?
The invisible demons in their head, I think, honestly, at this point. Anyways, I'm going to drop Pickles. Thank you so much for the time to bring me up. I appreciate you as always, sir.
Anytime. Thank you.
Cheers,
Much
buddy.
love. Cheers. Nick, thank you so much as well. We love you.
Love you too. Have a good day. I'll be in the comments.
Alrighty.
Trying to regulate them here.
Sounds good.
Bye.
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 Chat, if you are a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. I thought I had no degrees and no house. Pickles want a house tour. Oh my goodness gracious. Someone's real proud of their house. We're happy for you, dude. We're happy for you. While you're enjoying your brand new house, Trump has kicked 10,000 U.S. veterans out of their homes. They're now homeless. They're added to the 30,000 houseless U.S. veterans. There's now more kids going to sleep hungry. We bombed a school in Iran full of little girls. We're invading multiple countries. We're threatening to invade Greenland, Canada, Panama Canal, Venezuela. Everything but helping our own people. We've bankrupted the world. We've put a huge $7 trillion dent twice in the world economy so that Trump can play the stocks and enrich himself. His children are getting rich. Barron's probably a billionaire by now, telling his daddy to lie about the Strait of Hormuz twice a week. Is it better to share all you have? It's like 1% of your income. Dude, if you make $60,000 a year, $36 goes to food stamps, and you guys still cry about it. Pathetic. And then you send all your money to Trump. You probably spend twice as much monthly paying Trump, a billionaire who's asking for donations still on his website right now. Hello.
Oh, hello, Pickles. How are you?
What the fuck?
Why? What's wrong? Are you eating breakfast tonight? Make sure you get your 4 food groups.
Will do. I'm eating Muscle Mac.
Muscle Mac? Don't you have to have muscles to eat Muscle Mac?
Have you seen my butt cheeks?
Oh, your glutes? I bet you got swampy glutes. Show me those swampy glutes.
You have to subscribe to my OF, dude.
Ooh, you have an OnlyFans?
No.
Pickles, why do you hate Donald Trump so much?
Because he's destroying the world economy and destroying the society in America.
I mean, wouldn't you say the Jews are probably more responsible for that?
No. Netanyahu is.
You don't think the Jewish state of Israel is responsible for that?
I would say that Netanyahu is. I wouldn't say all Jews because I.
Well, I don't say all Jews. I don't mean Jews as in like Ashkenazi Jews and all them. I mean the state of Israel.
Yeah, I think everybody's unhappy with the state of Israel holding hands with Donald Trump, terrorizing the world.
Well, you don't want to make Israel great again?
No, I'm good.
So then we can both agree that Donald Trump is controlled by Israel, yes?
Yep.
I mean, that's I would say that's pretty accurate. You have quite a lot of people in here, Pickles. Who does your ink job?
Some kid with gauges. I can't do this.
Hey, Pickles. Are you familiar with the term short-term pain, long-term gain? Just referring to the speech you just gave.
Have you heard of long-term pain for long-term pain?
Well, that's irrelevant because that's not what's going on. We need to stick to what's actually going on, not that hypothetical you're trying to give. I'm giving you reality.
How is your hypothetical more true than mine?
Yeah, absolutely. So, give me 1 second. Actually, I'm actually in. Oh, 1 second. I didn't know I was going to get up so quickly. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I had to clear my throat. I didn't know that you were going to drop that guy and bring me up. I thought that conversation would last longer, so I wasn't prepared to get up.
You
But
work in a
yeah,
coal mine? What's going on over there?
Yeah, so basically, short-term pain, long-term gain. So have you ever seen a building that's being renovated or torn down before it's built? It looks fucking horrendous and ugly. You can smell the paint and you can see dust everywhere. You can see the inside, the woods on the ground, shit like that. It's horrible. But then once it's complete, it looks beautiful. It's a beautiful building. So it's a process. That's basically how I was told to look at it.
Can you show me the blueprint for like the plans for being built? Because it seems like there's no plans for that. There's no plans to build back, right? Like he's just gutted everything.
Yeah, so there's definitely plans. Obviously, we look at. I could reference the big beautiful bill and the tariffs and all that stuff. It's they're the plans now.
Tariffs are all the way gone. By the way,
whether you agree with them or something, that's a different conversation. But is there a plan? Is there a plan? Yes. Do you agree with it? No. That's where you're confused.
Was the plan to do illegal tariffs to get them all shot down by all the courts and then have no leverage on all the nations he's trying to coerce into investing?
Well, with the tariffs, and I believe we may have had this conversation a few months ago, but I had to let you know because you had a different source. I had to let you know that the tariffs, so they were for leverage to give us leverage in this in the world trade. You know, the world.
They're gone.
Oh, okay. I didn't want to cut you off. Yeah, but they served their purpose, so they did what they were supposed to do, though. They sent the message. That's it. But yeah,
now they can just reverse course, though. Like they can just go back to the way things were, and Trump has no recourse.
Sorry, you got a real pickle. I just woke up. I literally just got out of bed. I'm sorry about that. I got morning fog. I haven't had my coffee or my tea or my McDouble, McSausage or hash brown.
Chug a Red Bull, dude. Get out of here. God damn it.
Oh, thank you, brother. I am.
Pickles voice volume a little low for anyone else. Guys, my voice control is so far up. He can't hear you very well. What the heck is going on? Some say it's low, some say it's great. My volume's all the way up. I'm gonna bump it up some more. My volume's at 300%. I'm gonna go to 400. No, it was at 400. I'm gonna go to 5. Okay. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Better? Okay. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop it into the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Why is your brain not good? The phone line is on, y'all. If you guys want to call in, the phone number is right here. If you want to debate, I'm all yours. Come give this soy boy an education. The host sounds super low for a lot of other streams. Okay. Oh, God. Chat, we've had muscle mac and a thing of saltine crackers for breakfast. We are largin' and chargin'. Check one, check one. Team Trump. Breakfast of Champions. Guys, don't forget to butt chug your Red Bull this morning. Don't forget to give it a good old give it a good old go. Can barely hear you. It sounds like it might be a TikTok problem. Trump's going to hell, trust me, bro. Team Moist Pickles. I better stop that, y'all. Sounds totally fine. Okay. I'm in a mixed Red Bull Monster marriage, and we're all out of the former today. It didn't change. I kicked it. Dude, yo, thank you, Birdie. Nobody wants a dry pickle taste. People who can't hear me is MAGA. Okay. All right. What are we missing in the news today? Oh, I typed nudes. Court rejects Virginia redistricting in a blow to Democrats. Oh my God. This violation irreparably undermines the integrity of the resulting referendum vote and renders it null and void. It ordered the state must use the same congressional district map in the upcoming election. Our democracy is Fenty folding right now. Supreme Court. State Supreme Court. Love the stoicism. Taffy, thank you so much for the $10. I think you're shadow banned on YouTube. It's possible. Hashtag radical left. Yeah, it was the state Supreme Court. The map will stay the same. We need to do New York. The guests are way too loud on YouTube. Golly, chat. Golly. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? 3 more heart me's until the goal is met, y'all. Don't forget to give me a follow. We might be doing a second stream today. Might be doing one a little bit after lunchtime. Oh, goodness gracious, y'all. Goodness gracious. What are we gonna do? What a beautiful songbird that was. Did you guys hear me blow my nose? It was loud? Wow. We know that wasn't your nose. It was my nose. You can see the redness. When we toot in our house, we complain about the floors and ducks migrating. We don't mind. It was 500% louder for us than you. Oh my god. I'm a loud nose blower, guys. Get off my back. What are you guys, the Kleenex police? Ever seen a first lady more repulsed by their husband than Melania? Guys, can we not talk about how the first lady is not assimilating? Should we support her? Like, her English, she's been here forever. Her English sucks. Bad. She's ruining our culture. She's ruining American culture. Santa, he dropped down the chimney the same way he come up. I don't know how he do it. He must wear the night vision goggle where you see everything in green. Baron, did you pack your suitcase? You sound like you look like a man. Miss Swan. I can't do that impression. That's out of bounds for a white guy, but for a Slovakian accent, I can definitely do it. Miss Swan was goated. So was Stewart, dude. Stewart was the best. I don't wanna. No, Stewart. What did I tell you about liars? Only dirty Italians are liars. Stewart, where did you get that ho-ho? I got it from Uncle. Lorraine was good too, dude. Is this dishwasher safe? She was hilarious, dude. Remember the mattress store? She's like flopping down on the bed, like testing the mattress. Mad TV was great, dude. I enjoy your MAGA Texan accent. I ain't no Homo sapien. I'm a hero sapien. Get that shit out of here. Guys, by the way, the phone line is on. Yes. We haven't had a phone call since 8:49. Will you put a comically small cowboy hat on your Amazon list to wear for debates? Where are all the MAGA they were flooding yesterday? We might have to wait until their hangover wears off. Then they'll start calling in another hour or two. Get a cowboy hat. I'll buy it for you right now. Guys, I have an Amazon wish list, and if you guys are trying to spoil me, that's one of the best ways to do it. It's in my link tree in my profile. The Amazon wish list is like the 6th thing down. Let me see. Cowboy hats. Oh shit. guys. Oh. I would be crushing ass in the Appalachians if I had this hat on. If I had a sister, she would have a lady boner the second I put this on. I'm adding it to my shopping list. Hot diggity. Oh, shit. We want these too, man. Fuck. Hell yeah, man. Fuck yeah. It just gets better, dude. No, dude. Oh, no. Dude, these would be so small of me. My meat nuggets would be just popping out right here. Look at these. They're shorts, guys. Hold on. How many reviews does it have? Oh, man. How'd they get me in the actual picture, this model? I think extra large. Wow. My Hank Hill butt cheeks would be sticking right out right there. Golly. Oh, no. Oh, shit. I tell you what, my Silverado will roundhouse kick your Ford F-150 right in the fucking mouth. Oh my God. Does this go? You think this would go with overalls? Oh my God. Oh, this guy smokes Marlboro Reds for sure, dude. You know he's dipping. Oh man, dude. Boots? I don't know if I could wear boots, dude. I guarantee you're gonna walk away with a cousin. Have you seen my cousins? Shit. Tell you what. I tell you what, man. Oh, man. You can just turn on some Toby Keith, roll down the windows, get a little bit of skull going. Little Copenhagen, Kentucky Deluxe. Oh, no. Oh, no. The hand in the chin pose. Okay, she's rocking it. She's rocking it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Sipping on Boone's Farm. I'll put a little sugar in your tea, man. That'll make your picker stick out. That's what my grandpa says. That put hair on your chest. The pinch. Shit, I do double horseshoes, man. I get both. What do I buy from Amazon? Guys, there's no correct way to do capitalism right now. There just isn't. But I don't drive. So Amazon is my #1 resource. I got rid of mine a year ago. I don't drive either. It's hard. It's hard out there in these streets, man. If I didn't have Amazon, I would probably order what from Kroger, Walmart for my groceries. Those are all monopolies too. Those are all donors to the Republicans. I don't know what to do, man. I don't leave the house. Amazon groceries are usually cheaper than Walmart. Amazon groceries are great. I'm going to say it. It sucks, but they do have great produce. They have great poultry and meat. Speaking of which, I'm going to put apples on my wish list, chat. If you guys want to re-up my apples, I would love you forever. Not Cosmic Crisp. Not Cosmic Crisp. Honey Crisp. Yeah. Amazon's my Apple dealer, y'all. Walmart's cheaper than Whole Foods. So Whole Foods isn't the only vendor for Amazon. They have Amazon Fresh, which is like its own thing. And it's not the fancy groceries. You can buy apples on Amazon? Oh, yeah. No, it's not only Whole Foods. No, in fact, I rarely get anything from Whole Foods on Amazon. Catch me with a Red Bull outside and a Honey Crisp. Cosmic Crisp? I am a Honey Crisp girl. I love my Honey Crisp apples. I eat at least like 5 a day because I don't have insurance and it keeps the doctor away. Honey Crisp only? W. You have a Honey Crisp tree? Are you trying to raise jealousy? Amazon, organic. I don't want the organic. Just give me them Honey Crispers, baby. Make out with me with a mouthful of Honey Crisp. View your list. I'm going to change the quantity for my Honeycrisp apples needs 50. Pink lady apples for pie? Do I ever leave my house? Am I agoraphobic? I might be slightly agoraphobic. I'm very much a homebody. I'm just a gamer, nerd, born again virgin through doing this for like 7 years. I've seen you go out for tacos. Yeah, we do tacos. Love you, Beth. Granny Smith, they just get kind of like, what do you call it when you bite into it and it's not crispy? Like grainy, oaty. Mealy. There we go. Mealy. That's what we're talking about. Granny Smith apples. That's what I was looking for. Mealy. A federal court concluded Thursday that President Trump's global 10% tariffs were illegal, chat. So even his recourse on tariffs, they are gone. They're Gonnie McBonnies. They got kirked. Or am I driving? Just I don't have a car. So like before I became like a gaming streamer, which is what I did before this, I went through some like really bad financial hardship, and my car was repossessed. I also had like all of these speeding tickets because I had a stupid fancy car, and it was a purple fucking Challenger SRT8, and I was just getting pulled over all the time. And I had tickets that I never addressed. And then those tickets made it to where I couldn't renew my registration. And then I got tickets for that. I'm so bad. And I basically just paid off all of my tickets a few months ago. It was a few $1,000s. So I can go wait at the DMV and make a few appointments and get my driver's license, but then I would just need a reason to drive. I don't really drive. I don't need to go anywhere. I kind of got kind of fucked. Yeah, my credit's better now. I had a bankruptcy on my credit, and I just let it fall off. I just waited 7 whole years, and it's all fallen off. Taffy with the $10. Are you a Grios or Clausen kind of guy? God damn it! What's Clausen? Pickles. Oh, okay. I like zesty, crunchy, usually smaller pickles. It's still there. You just can't see it. Yeah. They're pickle brands. Oh. It's avocado toast and Honeycrisp. Yeah. My husband takes Waymos when he travels. Soon no one will be driving. Yeah. Grios. I don't know if I've ever even had a Grios. Oh, Grios look yes, I've had Grios. Dude, those are delicious.
Yo, did you hear what happened to Virginia today?
I did.
Why did the Democrats take massive L's every time?
I think Republicans took just as many, didn't they?
How do you feel about this? You think the Democrats won?
I think it's really bad. It's really bad for democracy, and I think that I don't think Republicans can really win without gerrymandering, but Democrats can. Democrats have had the popular vote for the last 30 years, so this is basically us trying to play at their game and activist judges stopping us.
But I mean, do you believe the courts?
I think that some of these judges are activists.
So it plays both sides because both sides say the same thing, right?
Sure, I guess. I just don't know why anybody would want to be conservative, honestly. I think that it's like a detriment to the country.
I mean, that's why I believe in the court system. That's why I believe in the Supreme Court of every state. And if, they decided this, there's a reason behind it, right?
Yeah, I don't think so, man. I think that the will of the people was laid out, and I think that they're just using the legal system to enact basically fascist rule, man. And I don't know why you would be cheering for it. Trump's bankrupted the country, man. He's fucked up the entire world's economy. He's clawing away benefits and life-saving health care and SNAP and food from Americans and spending it on bombing countries and invading countries and enriching himself. And I think it's like literally like Saddam Hussein level self-enrichment at the detriment of the country. And I don't know why you would be cheering for that. I think it's sad that y'all are kind of like literally North Korean level brainwashed.
So, the Supreme Court ruled that the Democratic lawmakers did not meet the procedural requirements to place a constitutional amendment on the ballot. So,
Mm-hmm.
if they had proof of that, and that's technically not legal, then why would you want a new map that they didn't follow the procedures through?
So I think it's just a state procedure, and I think there's also the law they're citing is like a 1902 law. I think that it was far more democratic than like let's say what Texas did. No vote was ever held; they just did it and cut people out of their districts. And like there's 8 million Democrats in Texas and 5 million Republicans. So they've basically just been maintaining power this whole time by carving out people's votes. And I think it's disgusting.
So, who do you think is going to win the midterms now?
Democrats are definitely going to take House. The Senate, maybe not.
It's so easy. Like, I mean, I believe the courts, and that's why I was like happy that they overruled this new map because
You're just
they
so
didn't.
happy that the courts did it. I get it. Were you happy when the courts like got Trump on his 34 felonies?
Well, his felonies are not. You know, I would say that they're just business felonies. I wouldn't say that they're criminals,
They're in fact criminal, the same way that like you think undocumented
like
migrants are
violent
criminals,
crimes.
right?
That's what I mean. That
Yeah.
I don't think that they're violent crimes. I just think they're business crimes.
Okay, this wasn't a violent thing either, right?
Well, it was not a violent thing, but if you don't follow the procedures, right, as any state would and should, then that's why we have Supreme Courts in every state.
Cool, man. I get it. I get it, man. I think that like you're happy with this maybe in a sports team kind of way, but if you actually look at the nature and way Trump is handling the economy and geopolitics and like just espousing, casting doubt on our democratic ways, this country's falling apart. It's pretty bad.
The only thing I can concede to with Donald Trump is that he's trying to change the what's it called, the when you're born in this country, which amendment? I think it's the 15th.
Birthright, 14th.
Yeah, 14th. That's the only thing I don't like because I think that if that goes through, a lot of people are going to be deported that shouldn't be deported. But I think that he's doing a good job with Iran. Let's be honest. Do you want them to have a nuclear weapon?
I think Trump's the only reason they even came close.
You think so? Like, what about the money that we sent them and we had no authority over how they should and administrate that money?
So It was $1.5 billion. That's like one day of us over there bombing them. It's literally nothing. That's why they always mention it as a pallet of cash, because it's so little money. It's just propaganda.
It was $1.7 billion.
Yeah, and their GDP is $400 billion. It's nothing. Be in
You
third
don't think
grade.
it's nothing?
No, it's nothing.
I mean, who do you think is winning this war? Because I mean,
Iran.
I think Iran is not winning this war. I think that you're delusional if you say that and you're not being honest. Because what do you think that all their money comes through? It comes through trading. It comes through the oil in the
And their oil
Strait
is
of
now
Hormuz.
skyrocketing in value. Their oil's worth like twice as much as it was 9 weeks ago. They're
And how
fucking
much money are
rich.
they getting?
They're
Nothing.
still able to move 17% of it by land.
17%. So you're saying that 83%, that's what they're losing?
Yeah, and also the entire world like is suffering.
Yeah, but I mean, if you think about it, right? I think that all the world is like feeling the causes of this war, but Iran is losing more than any other country.
It's like negative IQ, man. There's no other country that's friends with us who's happy about this. Nobody
It
wants to
doesn't
be a
matter if
part of
they're
this.
happy with us. What do you think? What do you think about the 30 people that got kidnapped by Hamas or got unalive that were American people in October 7th?
I think that's bad. I don't think that we should tank the world economy for it.
So you're not America first.
I don't know what that means. I think Trump has gutted all of the America first things you could even point to and has spent all of our money abroad.
I think that he has all the authority, and I think that it's common sense that we should be in conflict with these people. I mean, they unalive people. They unalive their own people. 40,000 people. Do you know what the Green Movement is? They unalive so many people in that movement.
Cool. Trump is here doing the same thing, threatening to deport U.S. citizens. He has done 2 state-sponsored killings here at home. He is choking and starving and killing Cubans right now to the same degree we cry about Iran doing it.
But like when you say deport people, I think that if the law says that we can deport people, I think that if you want to change it, then you can change it, right? But deporting people has nothing to do with, just aiming at someone's head and just unaliving them, right? That's what Iran does. And people that are here
We're doing
illegally,
that
they
to
can.
Cuba. We're doing that to Cuba right now. We are killing Cubans.
I don't think. Do you know the number of people that have been unalived, like
30
starved?
30,000 in Iran. But again, you're cheering for the same situation here. Iran is like a military government, a military authoritarian or dictatorship, and
Mhm.
we are forming that same thing here. You're cheering for ICE, you're cheering for dumping all the money into the military, and for us to rule the world by force. It's the same thing.
But like I wanted us to get to the point where what we do here is just constitutional, and people can deport themselves and make money, right? And what Iran does is not constitutional because nowhere in the constitution of their constitution says that if you protest, you can get unalived.
Okay, cool. I get that. And should we go do that to every country who's doing that to their people? Because there's a lot of them. There's a lot of countries doing horrible things.
Listen, if
And
we are
if we want to play
humanity first,
chess,
yes.
if you want to play chess the right way and not tank the world economy, you would have done what like Obama did. He solved this by doing the Iran nuclear deal, and it gave them an in to trade with the rest of the world, and so we can monitor the nuclear program, so that we couldn't like do a senseless war. Remember how we chased weapons of mass destruction in the Middle East for 20 years that were never there? It's the same thing right now. You guys are just cheering for it because it's your guy.
So both you are agreeing that both parties do it, right?
That was Bush.
Still, but like, come on, dude, have
No.
some common sense.
No, you have common sense. Obama came in, did a peace deal. Trump came in, ripped it up because he's friends with Netanyahu. Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, this is godson.
So okay, this is a thing, right? If Obama's deal was actually good, then why do they have enriched uranium?
They didn't at the time. So when Trump pulled this out, they were still at only 3.9, and since he pulled this out, they've enriched to 60. He's the problem and the solution here.
So you think that they were being honest and they were not hiding it in caves like they do?
Well, I mean, you can say that, but Joe Kent, our head of counterterrorism, the person Trump hired, the hardliner MAGA anti-democracy election denier piece of shit, even he says there was no reason or imminent threat from Iran to do this, and he stepped down, and he's been speaking out ever since. Same with Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard came out and said there were not an imminent threat. Trump did this on behalf of Netanyahu, and you're just simping for him.
So when you say they're not an imminent threat, you're talking about specifically America, right? But I think that if they are a threat to our allies, I think that they are an imminent threat.
Okay, again, what happened to America first? Why aren't we funding Ukraine?
I think that we are funding Ukraine, but it's through NATO. I mean, we send them the things, and then they
They're not in NATO.
reimbursed us. No, we send them the equipment, and then NATO gives it to them, and then NATO pays us.
Okay, again, y'all ran on defunding Ukraine all last year. America first, America first. Trump comes in, says no new wars. We're gonna lower gas prices and grocery prices day one. Does the opposite on purpose.
When you talk about the gas, I mean, it's kind of crazy because yeah, the gas is up here, right in Florida, by like $2. But I think that you can survive after the inflation of COVID and post-inflation. I mean, it's nothing big. I think that
This
before
was
this
entirely
war,
optional. Like gas prices during COVID were also Trump's fault.
but I think like this is a conflict, and that's why prices are high, right?
Yeah,
Before this,
no
I think
shit.
gas were going down, the prices were going down.
Yeah, that was good. And then Trump changed that so that we can go both save the people of Iran and threaten genocide at the same time.
So after this conflict, I think it's going to end probably this month, right? Do you think prices are going to go down or not?
No.
You think they're going to stay up?
If this continues for another few months, prices will be permanently high for about 7 to 10 years. Even if he stepped out of Iran right now and begged for forgiveness and they opened it up right now, it would still take 45 to 60 days for one ship to come here or deliver it to anywhere in the world from the Strait of Hormuz. And it will take years of us refilling strategic reserves around the world for all the countries who dipped into them to offset the price of oil. He's also enriching Russia to make oil not so expensive. Russia now can trade with the rest of the world, even while they're perpetuating a conflict that is killing far more than 30,000 people.
That was I think it was like 60 days that Trump gave him, or 90 days.
It.
But it's only an extension. I think that after that they're gonna go back. I think that Russia's losing too. Did you see their parade? They had to cancel that.
Again, their economy was limping along, and now we've breathed life back into it, and we've enabled them to have more power on the warfront of Ukraine. They're also giving intelligence to Iran to bomb us. Trump has lied about every part of this war so far. I don't see why you would believe anything that comes out of this administration's mouth. He said that we won a war that we started, a 4-week war. We're 9 weeks into it that we won 6 times already. I don't see how you're not looking at this going, what the fuck is going on?
Listen, if you think that conflict is a bad thing to actually, I think that our allies, I think that they feel safer when we're there. And I think it's better for other people in Iran because let me be
allies have kicked us out of their bases. All of our allies have told us to fuck off.
They're not. Israel hasn't. Kuwait hasn't.
Okay, Spain.
I don't think all of them.
Germany. There's like 7 others that
are we gonna do?
Are now no longer friends with us, and we were safer when we were friends with them. The world is safer.
Do you think that they're safer when we're not with them?
No.
Exactly. So I think that they lose more. I think that we're chilling.
I know. I just think that you're like hurting people that are making you feel embarrassed, but that's not good. That's a lose-lose.
So what do you? Okay, let me say this, right? Let's say this conflict never happened, but they in fact did unalive 40,000 people. As America, as a country that we set the standards for other countries, what do you think was the appropriate apprehension that we should have taken?
We should have tried to negotiate another peace deal and said, hey, we'll lift sanctions if you stop doing this and you promise to do more humanitarian rights. I mean, we could have just never pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal, and they probably would have been 70 times better for everybody. But Netanyahu tricked Trump into doing it, or at least paid him to, or leveraged him to, or coerced him to. And I mean, it's just as dirty and stinky as the Epstein files. I think Trump has shown that he is a horrible leader, and he has stopped the success of the peace talks several times by posting memes and bad mouthing and doing slop on the internet. And he's also pitted us against each other. We are now fighting each other at home because that's what he wants as well. This is the strategy of all authoritarian governments, is to pit the citizens against each other so that we fight. Things like lies, like how vaccines cause autism and Tylenol causes autism, and how the COVID virus was fake. And
I think vaccine does in fact cause autism.
There's no proof of that.
There is proof. I know a person.
You know a person?
Yes.
Did you know there is no scientific evidence of this, all right? I know a person that cured cancer by licking a bee, but that's not science. That's probably not the case.
I think that's proof. I think that it doesn't have to be specifically science. I think that you can make
There is zero proof. There is zero proof. We are a step backwards. Trump is brainwashing you.
You think so?
I know so, yes.
But when they say that Tylenol, right, does in fact cause autism, or it can give you a higher risk, I think that I went through their Twitter that they don't use, but they did in fact say something about autism. It said pregnant women shouldn't take Tylenol, or I think Tylenol.
Okay, there's no proof. We have several studies on this. It's no. The autism is usually caused by a pregnant woman's temperature rising in pregnancy, causing malformations in certain parts of your brain. So the argument was, if someone's temperature rose, the safer thing to take during pregnancy was Tylenol. So is it the rise in temperature that causes it, or the Tylenol? And we have the biggest study in the world was like 2.4 million people, and they solved it. It wasn't the Tylenol, it was the raise in your temperature, which Tylenol lowers. So it is not a thing. That is all solved science. It is something that Trump came out with and said, knowing that it was wrong, so that we would fight about it, while he did all of his bullshit to claw back Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and all of these things to bankrupt the country and enrich himself.
Dude, like how you speak about the president, I understand that he sometimes might, say things that are not true because he's a president, and he's kind of crazy sometimes. But at the same time, if you are saying, you're telling pregnant women to not take as much come out and said that, you shouldn't in fact take as much Tylenol, then why are you such against Tylenol? Tylenol is a drug.
Tylenol is the safest form of drug to take while pregnant, to lower your temperature.
But that's only your temperature. Do you know what it causes to the fetus? No.
Yeah, nothing. We have no positive evidence of that. So he's fear-mongering. You got hit with misinformation.
All right.
And yes, autism is also genetic. You can inherit it, whatever. But the question is, are there also contributing factors? And the case is no. Hello, is this a Trump supporter? Hello, is this a Trump supporter? Thank you. High fevers. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Hello?
Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Hello?
Hello, is this a Trump supporter? Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Oh, hey, yeah, man, what's up? I called yesterday, and we were having a discussion. I told you I didn't even have my phone, or have my phone, or I'm calling you. But you were saying that there's no impact to the economy, and I was giving you some examples. But I mean, just a quick cursory Google search. It is increased pressure on public services, temporary downward pressure on wages for competing low-skilled native workers, and the fiscal cost of state and local government in the short term.
In the short term.
There are negative impacts, and I have a great one. Right, an ambulance, right? We pay for ambulances and stuff, and we'll say an illegal immigrant will be here and get hurt for whatever reason, right? An accident, they will be using those services. And I'm just saying, I wanted to hammer that down. There are negative impacts, and I told you yesterday, if there's even a 1% negative impact in the economy, I just think that the criminal should leave, even if it costs them to remove them.
So it's temporary, it's short term, and you can do this with anything, right? So like having a child, a native-born
No, it's
U.S.
long term,
citizen.
sir. It's very long term, sir. I'm saying them being here for so long is a long term issue,
Okay,
and it hurts in the short term, and it also hurts in the long term.
No, in the long term, they stay and they pay 60, 70 years of taxes. They contribute to the GDP. They contribute to demand. They contribute to all those things the same way.
And so does the average American citizen. So does the average American
in the same
citizen
exact way, right?
But they're legally, and not just that, but they're also legally allowed to be here. So I'll say this to you. This is it. And I called yesterday, and I just want to say it feels really bad that you're kind of bad faith, like misinforming people, because let's just be true, right? Just say there will be a negative impact, and if there is, then make a vote based on that. And if you are more, giving, and maybe you're in a good financial position, well, then maybe you're okay with immigration. Like have people have that honest discussion instead of just misleading people. I thought you could have done better than that, man.
Listen, I'm not going to take this from y'all. So in the short term, yes, just like a child being born in the U.S. from a U.S. citizen would cost money for the local government, for the hospital, and for schooling and all that stuff.
It's short term and long term, but
yeah, I know.
Short term and long term.
It's not long term. It's not long term benefits. There's nothing but benefits long term.
No, sir, you are incorrect.
Proof otherwise?
Even we talked about also the social cohesion. Social cohesion is a very fundamental part of America, and you can even think why we're so divided right now. It's because we have a lack of social cohesion, because we've been filling in the gaps with this issue, the leaky pipe syndrome again. But anyways, dude, I'm more talking to your audience here. You're kind of lame. Good luck, though, buddy. Bye.
So again, the long term is gains, and he said that specifically in his initial statement. And yeah, of course, when people come to a city, just like when tourism blows up during the summer in Laguna Beach, the government has to pay thousands and thousands of dollars to do social services and stuff to maintain security and pick up trash and stuff. You can make a case for that. And if you were stupid and short-minded, you can just look at that alone and be like, oh, I hate all of that. Do away with all of that. You would be losing so much economic activity. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's misinformation. And by the way, the things Trump has done to our economy are like 70 times worse. The removal of these people is 70 times worse than the impact initially from them coming into the economy. None of it makes any sense. And I like the same example I used a few hours ago. It's like, I don't like planting trees because one of them might die, and that costs money. When the trees will grow and create a source of oxygen for us and create nourishment for the environment. And I don't know, say they're in a national park, and the national parks create millions and millions of dollars of revenue. But damn it, it cost us $6 to plant that tree. Like, you can't be that dumb. Oh, chat, we're 2.5 hours in. I think I was cut down about 30 minutes or an hour in earlier. The social issues are bullshit. Like, Trump is pitting us against each other. We are most socially divided because of Trump. And if you think that like a few million migrants have done more social division than Trump saying the shit that he says every day, you're fucking high. Yeah, it's all scapegoating at the end of the day. I bet Trump single-handedly, his $10 billion uh, claim against the IRS, that single-handedly outweighs like a whole year of immigration. Like the cost of it. People who speak Spanish, they carry the translation app on their phones wherever they go. Yeah. We live in a day and age where my earpods automatically translate. No matter what language you're speaking, I can talk to you. Well. I wish they'd be honest and say they're racist. Yeah. Trump is God. Guys, you're never going to ditch the cult allegations if that's what you think. We win. Trump wins. We all lose. Trump wins. Kiss the ring. It's just more proof that Republicans love the outrage. They would burn this country to the ground just to upset the liberals, just to own the libs. They don't care about the outcomes. They don't pay attention to that. They're 100% rhetoric. It's like reading the news and only reading the cartoons. That's what MAGA is. They read the funny papers and they throw away the business portion. We own your future. I'm so sick of Democratic states paying red states bills, dude. I think we should cut them off. Just cut them off and watch them have to face their constituents and say, all right, guys, we got to raise our own taxes. We just cut them off, dude. Oh, we'll bow. Republicans are simps for authoritarianism. They need authoritarianism. They need someone to tell them how to think. They're scared of everything. The MAGA empire will never fall. There are very few like groups in history who spoke like this, all of them were fascist. For each year, 1994 to 2023, immigrants created a cumulative fiscal surplus of 14.5 trillion in real 2024 US dollars, including 3.9 trillion in savings on interest of the debt. Woof. Hello.
Pickles, what are you crying about today now, man?
Is criticizing your own government crying?
What about when your parents criticize you for not having a fucking job, bud?
I don't know, man. I out-earn both of my parents.
Yeah, I'm sure you do, you liar. Anybody with their desk in their bedroom is straight capping, bud.
Mm-hmm.
You're not a grown adult, bro. You're a little kid who sits at home all day. And you talk shit about Donald Trump, dude. When we're winning. We're actually winning. We're not losing, bud.
We're losing in every metric. What are we winning?
No, we're not, Pickles. The average price for gas is still under when Biden was in, dude.
Did you know that Trump made that expensive
and Trump
too?
is in war with Iran, bro.
Trump made it expensive during Biden, dude. Did you know that?
What'd you say?
Trump made gas expensive during Biden. That's why it was expensive.
Oh, so hold on, dude. Do you remember when gas was like $1.50 when Trump was in?
Yeah, when nobody was driving during COVID.
So how the hell would that? So now you're saying that he made it expensive when Biden was in, when he wasn't in?
Yes. Here's the story,
bro. You fucking blame this guy for everything,
here's
dude.
Here's the story. When Trump was in office in 2022 or 2020, gas hit for the first time in U.S. history negative $37 a barrel.
Yeah, how much was a barrel of oil, Pickles?
Negative $37.
How much was a barrel of oil when Trump was in?
Negative $37.
Okay.
So when his
we could even give it away for free, bud.
Exactly. So when his oil friends called him and said, "We're going out of business," Trump said, "Don't worry, I got this." And he called the crown prince of Saudi Arabia and he said, "Hey, stop drilling oil or else I'm going to stop giving you weapons." And they stopped drilling oil for 2 whole years. They committed for 2 whole years because of Trump to stop drilling oil to the tune of 9.7 million barrels a day, and it caused gas prices to skyrocket for those 2 years that ended in March 2022. That was Trump.
Bro, you're just full of shit, Pickles. No, bro, you're just a liar. Everything you just said is a make-believe fake lie, bro.
Okay, have you heard of the OPEC 2020 deal?
It's a figure. You just come up with like fake numbers, bro, that you hear from CNN and shit, dude.
Okay. Here you go. OPEC 2020 Trump deal. Fact check. Trump raised oil prices on Americans to help his friends. Donald
Yada yada yada. Pickles. Yes. Listen, bud. Hey,
9.7 million barrels per day.
Hey, Pickles. Where was all your energy for this when Obama gas prices were insane? What about when Biden gas prices?
How come
you didn't come on?
I know
Pickles, hold on, bro.
I know what caused that.
So Trump is to blame for the last 10 years?
Yes.
Oh my God, bro. So Obama had nothing to do with he was in for 8 years.
Can you tell me what he did?
Obama had nothing to do with this, bro?
What did Obama do that we shouldn't do anymore that made gas prices high?
So Pickles, did Obama give the Iranians money? Yes or no?
$1.5 billion.
Why?
They unfroze
it.
What
do you mean, ooh?
Yeah.
What do you mean, ooh,
it
bro?
was their money, and it was in exchange for agreeing to let us supervise their nuclear program.
See, this is the thing, Pickles. This is the reality I live in. You literally want to give the enemy money, bro. Then say, ooh.
Trump has made them.
You're
even richer.
bonkers, bro. You're like literally bonkers, dude.
Trump made them even richer.
He made Iranians richer?
Yes.
He's bombing them right now. What are you talking about, bud?
Yeah, oil has doubled in price almost, and that's their commodity.
Pickles, we don't even get our oil from the Iranians, you dum-dum.
I know.
All that oil goes to NATO, bud.
Okay. The oil is a world market. So when oil prices rise anywhere, it rises for us.
Okay, so Pickles, if the Chinese were drilling for oil and they just raise it all of a sudden, is Trump to blame for that?
No, but if Trump causes
So no.
a
So okay. So
scarcity of
no.
oil, if Trump causes a scarcity of oil and the price of oil skyrockets, that is Trump's fault.
Pickles, do you understand? Everybody's coming here to buy the oil. You know that, right?
We can't produce more than 500.
This is a Pickles. Be quiet for like 30 seconds. Let me explain this chess move to you. He is cutting Iranian off from sending oil out. It's up to us to decide who goes in and out of the strait. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then guess who we took over like a year ago?
Mm-hmm.
Maduro, bud. So we're getting oil from them too.
Mm-hmm.
Which
Who's we?
honestly,
is it us or is it Exxon? Is it like us or is it you?
Well, let me be honest with you. First of all, Venezuela doesn't produce that much oil, dude. Not like they used to.
Okay,
you
so
can
it's not a big
fact
thing.
check me on this if you want to, but we didn't go into Venezuela for the oil just so you understand that, right?
Okay, but so you're just defeating your own point.
But my point is what about when Biden was canceling all those offshore drilling leases for the oil companies to start drilling and making us money? You want to rely on the Iranians, Pickle. You want yes, you do. So where are we going to get the oil from, bud?
Bub. We, under Biden, drilled far more oil than Trump in his first administration.
Where are we going to get the oil dude, what are you talking about? He cut off the oil, bud. The Green New Deal. Why'd you hear about that shit for 4 fucking years?
I know, it was propaganda.
From you guys?
From y'all.
Propaganda from us. You guys literally on TV saying how you don't want to drill for oil, dude.
Let me show you. Have you heard of the EIA?
Pickles, you ain't showing me nothing, bro.
All right.
I wish I could show you a fucking way to get a job, man.
Let me educate you. So in 2000,
I wish I could show you how to fill out a resume, Pickle.
Bub,
that's what I want to do, man.
I want you to stop the personal attacks. I want you to learn, okay? 2017, Trump came in 8.8 million barrels a day. Okay, you see that? 8.8 million barrels a day. And then 10, and then 11, and then 12, and then Biden came in 11.1, 11.4, 12.6, 12.5, 13.1, all the way to 13.4. If Biden stopped drilling oil a year early, he still would have out-drilled Trump.
Bro, we're not drilled. That the oil you're talking about right now is not oil that we really drilled, bro.
Yes, it is.
What are you talking about?
That is domestic oil. That is domestic oil production.
For 4 years, Pickles, I had to hear about your Green New Deal and about how all you dum-dums wanted to stop drilling. So what are you talking about? Biden
Nobody
had
wanted to stop drilling.
He didn't. Bro, do you understand when a president first gets in there, he doesn't like snap his fingers and things happen right away. You get that, right?
Listen, I know.
You know
and
Pickles,
somehow
you know
magically
it takes
Biden
time,
did, right?
You know it takes time, right? So your 20 to 23 numbers, I'm not buying that shit, bro.
This is from the EIA.
Biden didn't know what the fuck he was doing in there, dude. Biden didn't know what the fuck he was doing in there for 4 years to do with sleeping. Didn't know how to find his way out of his own closet, bro.
Sure. And Trump thinks that magnets go poof underwater, that we should nuke hurricanes.
Okay, so
that there were
hey,
airports
Pickles, here's
in the
a
Revolutionary
question.
War. He can't pronounce tons of words.
Oh, okay. Hey, Pickles, what are you gonna do when gas goes back down to $1.50? Are you gonna say, "Hey, Trump, great job"?
I'll be like, dang, I guess oil companies went out of business.
Well, first of all, you should stop blaming Trump. You should blame Exxon and Mobil 1 for price gouging. I don't understand your theory. Here's your thing, bro. The war kicks off, right? The next day, gas prices go up 45 cents a gallon. And you're blaming Trump for that, bro? There's literally financial. You understand that the gas companies have already paid for that gas 6 months ago, bud.
They're called
They
futures,
can't do
man.
that. They're
It
not.
goes
They
off
should
of
be
futures.
Okay, hold on, Pickles. Do you think the gas companies should be regulated heavily? Yes or no?
Yes.
Like Exxon and Mobil. Okay, so bro, we actually agree on something.
Trump doesn't do that though. He has deregulated the absolute fuck out of all of that.
Let me fucking land the plane, bro. We're agreeing on that. I agree that there should be tight regulations on these gas companies so they can't just jack the price up the next day. Fucking Beanie Babies go on sale on fucking eBay and they all sell out. I mean, it's ridiculous that you guys sit here and go, oh, the war started and now the next day gas is up 45 cents. It's all Trump's fault. It's fucking ludicrous, bro. You're bonkers, bro.
It is Trump's fault.
So
Gas is a
how is it
world
Trump's fault when
commodity.
you just agreed that it's the fucking gas company's fault?
It's not that. Listen, gas is a world market. So even if gas here, if we get all of our gas here, it's not nationalized. We do not own these oil companies. We can't tell them how much to drill or who to sell to. So when a oil company
no
has
shit,
millions
Pickles.
of barrels of oil, the foreign countries that are paying $6 a barrel versus $3, they're going to sell to the $6 and maximize their profits. Trump has deregulated the absolute fuck out of this because that's what Republicans do.
Yeah, no, Pickles. He's deregulating and letting them drill on U.S. soil, bro.
Nobody can
Biden
drill
sat there and
more.
told.
Nobody can drill
Yo, hold
anymore.
on,
We're at
Pickles.
max
Pickles, you
capacity.
can't. Bro, be quiet for a second. Biden sat there and said that he's not releasing leases for these companies to drill on. Please Google it right now and educate yourself, bud.
He signed, I think, 5 times more permits in the first 6 months of his administration.
Dude, what the fuck are
Listen,
you? Dude, please
listen.
Google it right now and pull it up on the
I want
screen
you to
right now,
understand a
please.
concept. When we invest more into alternative fuels and windmills and solar panels and all this stuff, we are less hurt and it's less volatile.
They don't fucking work, bro.
Stop.
What are you talking
Stop.
about?
I know that Trump is selling you that because he's bought by big oil.
Pickles, dude, we're only like, hold on, bro. Give me 30 seconds. We're only like 100 years into the gas industry, bro, of drilling for oil and shit. We haven't even tapped 1% of oil on this planet, my guy.
Dog, we're 50 years away of having no oil to
and you
drill.
want to let little kids in the Congo go dig up rocks and shit for these lithium batteries, bro. Why don't you advocate for that, man? Why don't you advocate for the slavery over there, for them making these shitty batteries that only take you 300 miles on a full charge, and then it takes like a whole day to charge the fucking battery, bro?
Because cars that have electric engines, they are at 90% fuel efficiency when the most efficient internal combustion engine is like 20%. That's why.
What the fuck did you just say, bud?
Okay, take a barrel of oil.
Oh my God,
make
dude.
it all into energy, and then make a car move. An electric car will use that at 90% efficiency, and an internal combustion engine will use it at 30% or 20%.
So you'd rather
efficiency.
have the little kids be slaves digging up this shit?
Same thing with you want islands to disappear. You want to lose square
What the fuck?
mileage.
Islands to disappear? What are you talking about?
You don't care about climate change. You don't care about the
Climate
how
change,
this hurts the
Pickles.
earth?
Bro, do you know what a catalytic converter is?
Yes.
What is it?
It turns the exhaust in our cars into something not so harmful for the environment. It uses
Not so
platinum.
harmful, bro. They're 95% effective. They're putting 4 of them on most of the cars now, dude. They don't put off smog like you
I'm
think.
not talking. My case wasn't about smog. It was about efficiency.
Yeah,
An electric car
you're
can go 3 times further on the same amount of energy than a internal combustion engine.
No, bro.
3.
No, I'm not buying that shit, man.
It's
no,
the
dude.
fucking
They have,
truth. I'm
dude. Hold
sorry.
on, Pickles. They have cars right now, dude. Cars in Japan, bro, do 50 to 60 miles per gallon, bro.
Okay, and they're hybrid.
You want to know why? Because I
Because they're
have
hybrid.
one. I had one imported here, Pickles,
And you know
from
what?
Japan.
BYD cars in China, they're like $13,000 and they're twice as cool as Teslas.
Yeah, and guess what? The battery's only going to last you a year, you ding-a-ling, and then you got to replace
last
it
10 years.
because they make them with shitty components,
They
man.
last 10 years and they're 100% recyclable.
Pickles, dude, if you love China so much, why don't you fucking move there, bud?
Why don't you go move to Russia?
No, I don't need to move to Russia. I'm from America, bro. I served this country for 5 years. You didn't do a single thing. See, when you graduated,
I served
Pickles,
12 years in PUBG, dude.
when you what?
I served 12 years in PUBG.
Oh yeah, PUBG, cool, man. Your little fucking PS5 game.
No,
See, here's the
I
thing,
lost a lot of good men out
Pickles.
there.
When you graduated high school, you were too much of a pussy to go in and be the water boy in the army. You couldn't even do that,
No,
and that's why your parents are disappointed in you,
I
bud.
wasn't so helpless and lost and didn't know what to do with my life and poor to go into the military. You're right.
Yeah, actually, my family was really rich, dude. Remember, I'm white privileged, bro. Remember that? My mom has a lot of money.
Nice.
I didn't need to go in. See, here's the thing, Pickles. When 9/11 happened, I was in high school, bro. So I went in during that whole event. So You're just a pussy bitch, bro.
They got you, dude. They got you again. Guys, I jumped out of planes for 10 years. All right? You know what kind of gunfire I took? Hello?
Yo, what's poppin'?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Absolutely.
What do you like about Trump?
Many things. The Dignity Act. I'll say what he did recently with Joe Rogan in the Oval Office.
Give
The
him ice cream?
path. No. The pathway to legalize the shrooms or psychedelics, especially for veterans. That's amazing. And
I
also,
will say that's a W.
let's go. Come on, W. Let's go. Good and go for Americans there.
But on the same token, though,
Oh
conservatives
no.
are constantly trying to outlaw. Like in Texas, they just outlawed the green stuff again, so it's going to cause a increase in alcoholism and DUIs and intoxicated manslaughter and all enriching the cartel. You guys are constantly, I don't know, we're paying for y'all to do this too. Democrat states have to pay red states to exist constantly, and then you guys come in and try to tell us how to run the economy. It's sad.
Yeah, Texas might take a while with that. Maybe Austin helps with that, but Trump did make that green stuff. What is it, a Schedule 3 now? He did do
2.
that. So, well, that's good because it used to be 3 or 1, whatever it was. So he's at least doing something with the green stuff, and that's good.
I still
No
think
other
it's
president's going to do that.
I think a liberal is going to be the first one to legalize it.
What do you mean? We could, you guys could have, we could have done it with Obama, and especially when Trudeau did it in Canada. That was a great time to do it. But then no, Obama didn't do it. Okay, sounds good. Okay, Biden, he's sleepy. Maybe he's doing the indica. Let's go. What's going on here? And then no, he didn't.
In the middle of COVID, he was the most productive president we've had in our lifetime.
Great time during COVID. What do you mean? Everyone's locked in. Yo, we're promoting this thing. It's not going to be accessible because a lot of people are going to be locked in. And the people who are locked in, they'll do it in a safe space in their home. Maybe be educated by it. Let's run a government program on TVs and educate people like we used to do it with cigarettes and alcohol.
Trump has defunded all of that too, man.
It'll be a private company, whatever.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah, so that's a few good things. Another one is the
bankrupted the country, man. He's bankrupted the country, bankrupted the world. The world hates us. NATO's fractured. We have no friends on the world stage. We're being kicked out of military bases. Most of our friends that we used to have trade relations with are making pacts against us to trade without us. We're losing GDP. We are in population decline, and he's doing mass deportations. He's exploded the deficit by hundreds of billions of dollars. He's clawed away Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps from millions and millions of Americans. He is doing nothing but foreign affairs with all of our money. He is clawing back science and cancer research and means for people to survive. The most vulnerable amongst us are now going without food even more often. 1 in 5 children go to bed hungry every night. He is a complete shit stain on American history.
My response to all of that will be, let's just say all conceded and all that is true. At least America's becoming America again. It's like, apart from the GDP, apart from everything you just said, America is becoming America again. And that's beautiful to see.
Half of y'all don't even
What do you
believe
mean?
that the 2020 election wasn't stolen. You guys are all literally being
There was some
brainwashed.
corruption there.
So you believe that the election wasn't stolen?
No, I'm just saying there was some corruption in these elections, especially the recent one with
Was
Trump.
it stolen or was it not?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, this isn't
not-
America,
I don't know.
dude. This isn't America.
What do you mean?
Yeah, we have
This
our
is America
population
because
doesn't
look,
believe in
I
democracy.
could say that, but hear me out, Pickles. I could say that. What I just said, I can say in the land of the free and home of the brave. I just said that this might have been stolen. Am I going to get prosecuted? Am I going to get sued? No.
Now, half
I
of
have
our
freedom of
population
speech.
doesn't
That's
know
what's
if-
America. That's
half
what's
of-
beautiful about
ha-
this country.
Half of our population doesn't know if voting works. That is a recipe for civil war.
Yeah, let's educate these people then. Yeah, what's the American education system?
That Trump's defunding?
Let's make no, he's not defunding.
He's defunded the fuck out of it.
No, he put someone very brilliant in charge, and it's a woman as well. What was her name? Linda McMahon. She's
Linda
very
McMahon,
intelligent, very beautiful too.
she fucking is profoundly stupid. She did a whole speech referring to AI as A1.
Don't talk to women like that, bro.
She called AI A1 for an entire speech.
Maybe, well, she probably read it wrong or whatever, but she has a lot of accomplishments. I
She
mean,
has nothing. She has
I don't know
nothing
why
to
you're
do with
speaking bad on women like that.
education. It's not because she's a woman. It's because she's highly unqualified. This is the epitome of DEI and meritless fucking hiring.
So you're saying she's not accomplished?
She in the WWE.
No, even apart from the WWE, and that was her husband too. I mean, she was a support for him, but she did lots of accomplishments on her own.
Has nothing to do with
And
education.
the fact that he hired a
She has
woman,
no idea what she's
is
doing.
great.
He hired her so that he could make her the fall guy for defunding the Department of Education.
That's such a lie when you say that, because so you saying these women just sign up for that role, like Kristi Noem and Pam Bondi?
Yeah.
I'm gonna sign up to be Trump's fall guy,
Yes.
and then get publicly embarrassed and maybe threatened with arrest?
Yes, 95% of his first administration had turnover and were fired. And yes, if you thought something else was going to happen, you're fucking stupid.
So James Coney, whatever Trump's lawyer name, he was like, yeah, I'll go to prison for Trump for sure.
Yes,
Yeah, I'll be the
Michael
fall
Cohen?
guy.
Yeah.
Michael Cohen. So they're friends, or did they fall off?
They fell off.
Did
And
he
now they're
did he
friends
snitch
again.
on him? Did he
Now
snitch?
they're
Was
friends
he a
again.
rat? Okay, but was he a rat?
In the end, no.
Yes, he was. He was technically a rat.
In the
So
end, he
how are you
kissed
going to be a
Trump's
rat to
ass.
Trump? How you? But he's still ratted. So how you can't have it both ways, right? You can't say he's going to be these people who Trump hires are going to be fall guys. This that.
Michael Cohen was his fixer. He self-proclaimed himself as Trump's fixer.
They're not friends right now, and you're lying right now when you said that too.
Dude, Michael
Give me a
Cohen,
source that they're talking and friends. They're
Michael
not.
Cohen, in the latest, in the most recent development of their relationship, Michael Cohen ran defense for him, and now Michael Cohen has erased all of his social medias because he's faced so much backlash for doing a U-turn after saying so much shit about Trump in the last 2
Yeah, he's a
years.
rat.
And now he ran defense for him.
Well, I don't know why. Maybe because he realized he messed up, and also he knows Trump's a winner. But he
Or he's
basically
bought
ratted.
and paid for it, just like
No,
everybody
he's
else in
not.
Trump's administration. Everybody is so corrupt. The only qualification you have running in Trump's administration is that you play ball. Kristi Noem, Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi was openly paid $20,000 to drop charges against Trump University's fraudulent university.
Maybe she found something. We don't know. We don't know
No,
what she found.
the charges were still upheld in other states, and he was a $25 million case.
Yeah, because those other states, I bet they're Democratic and also hate Trump.
Okay.
They have. I was about to
And
say
that's the other
TBS,
thing
but
that he's
I'll
done.
change. I'll stop.
That's the other thing that he's done is he's pitted us against each other. Oh, these Democrat judges can't be trusted. The whole legal system's now broken because it's either blue or red. Like, it's so gross, dude.
Is it not true? What was it that the secretary guy with the last name H whatever, he goes up there to confess. I start listening. All the questions are about Trump, and then they're just like, is it people who are loyal to Trump or loyal to America? It's like no matter
It's
where you
loyal
go,
to
these people are
Trump.
always talking about Trump. But that's what
It's
why are
the
you talking
recipe
about
for-
Trump?
It's recipe for
Why talk
fascism,
about Trump?
Because Trump is the world's leader right now.
But then hear me out. Don't start saying Trump is dividing people. We're consuming what we're consuming, and we're seeing that you guys are obsessed with Trump. So then we're gonna call it out, and then you're gonna start blaming Trump that he's dividing us.
Y'all are obsessed with Trump. Trump is out there, and
No, we're not.
he takes every single opportunity he can to pit us against each other, make us look bad, get political points, and like, for instance, I brought this up yesterday when Alex Preddy died. When he was killed by ICE, instead of waiting for an investigation, instead of saying, "Hey," and taking the opportunity to say, "We need to resolve this. We need both sides to find some peace around this, and we're gonna investigate this and make sure this doesn't happen again." And on the other side, y'all need to mind the rules, follow the law, yada yada yada. No, he didn't do that. He said that these people were domestic terrorists before any investigation. He said that they were trying to cause maximum violence or some shit. Like, he is absolutely doing everything he can. When I say mean tweets, who do you think of? It's Trump. Trump is constantly out there saying the most inflammatory shit that you either have to side with or distance yourself from, and you guys have pushed yourself so far to the right. It is blatant fascism.
It's not fascism because no, it's not fascism. And not only that, Trump does what does he say? A little trolling. So lots of the things he mean tweets, let's just say
Yeah.
it's
When he
like let's not
trolls
take it that
half of the
serious.
country, and he tries to get a rise out of your feelings that you feel excited, it's exactly what JD Vance said. This is cultural heroin. So you feel good for a little amount of time and then it goes away. And the damage that is done is to both sides.
No, man. Both sides are dealing with their own problems. Because I consume independently a documentary where the DNC basically are corrupted and basically let Hillary take over the DNC. They were in 2016, I believe the DNC were broke, and the Clinton family gave money to the DNC, and then the DNC helped push Clinton to be the candidate instead of rise
Do you have
upcoming
that
Bernie.
do you have the same energy for Trump, whose
Yes.
daughter-in-law is now the treasury of the RNC, who
No.
every single candidate running for any seat in Congress or the Senate is 100% millions and millions of dollars backed by Trump?
No, but I see it differently. With Trump, there was an agenda here. Project 2020, 2050, whatever, 2020, whatever you guys were
The thing
saying.
he said he had
And
no
then
idea what it was.
exactly, and I don't see it being implemented
It's
anywhere.
60%
And
done.
not only that, my second point was they basically said the plan. Vance is next, 2028, right? But what's happening right now? It's not Vance, it's Rubio. So you guys call this guy a white supremacist, this person, blah blah blah. But guess what? He's putting
Rubio's
Rubio
white
next.
passing.
No, he's
Even
not.
yeah, he
Rubio,
is.
give us Latino something, bro. He's a Latino.
Listen,
Now you guys are not gonna give us that.
even Hitler had, like, the leader of the SS was gay. It doesn't. As soon as he's done with him, he's done with him. He'll throw him to the side, stomp on his head while he's drowning.
Yeah, my point is that Trump, instead of going with like the DNC would do, just sticking to one plan and making it corrupt, they know what they want. They're winners, so they're gonna put Marco Rubio there. Like the DNC, they should put AOC, right? They should promote AOC, but instead, what are they doing? No, no, no. Let's put Newsom in the world stage. Let's promote Newsom. Yo, Gavin Newsom. And who do you think is gonna be the main candidate? Are you one of those people who say it's too early?
Pete
Be honest
Buttigieg.
with me, right?
Pete Buttigieg.
So the next, because me and you both know the next president is going to be a Democrat. So you're saying to my face that the next president is who?
Pete Buttigieg.
Can't even look at me in the eyes when you say that.
I'm staring it into your soul.
No, man. You know that's cat. What is his percentage right now? What is he polling early
I don't know.
compared to Gavin Newsom?
Another
Compared to Mrs. Harris.
Another contender is James Tallarico. He's doing really well.
But don't ignore what I just said. That person you just said, what is he doing in the early polls compared to Mrs. Harris or Gavin Newsom?
Listen,
Like I said, it should be AOC.
Nobody runs for president for 4 years like Trump. That is a weird thing.
And did he win twice? Yes or no?
Against women.
Is that a bad thing?
I mean, a woman's never won before, so I don't know how impressive that is.
Yeah, because America's not ready for it. What am I keep saying to you? The DNC should put AOC. But what are they doing? Let's put the white man Newsom in charge. Let's put the poster there. It should be AOC. You know it. Why not AOC? Too young.
She's
You sound like
younger
a
than me.
conservative. You sound like a conservative, buddy.
She's younger than me.
And
I'm not old enough to be president.
what if America had a leader like that? A young, beautiful
I think
AOC.
AOC would be great, but I think the misogynist state of America, it's just not the most likely thing right now.
Yeah, I can see by the DNC. I can see it. I can see that they're promoting an old white man named Newsom instead of
I've heard nothing
a
but
young, beautiful woman named AOC,
I've heard
who's the
nothing
future of
but
America and clearly is going to be the president.
I hear nothing but sports teams politics. I hear nothing but from your side, guess who's going to win? Guess who's going to lose? You don't care about the outcomes. You care only
Yes,
about
I
the
do.
race.
No, because I'm connecting it to stuff that has happened in real time. where you kind of moved on because you're like, I don't want the viewers to kind of look this up, where the DNC in 2016 made it rigged where Mrs. Clinton was going to win. I
Okay,
didn't lie once.
and
The DNC were
who's
broke.
rigging
Hear
the
me out.
RNC?
No,
Who's rigging
let's
the
educate your
RNC
viewers.
right now?
No, let's say no. Let's not point fingers now. Let's point fingers at the RNC. Okay, I'll concede. What you are gonna say about the RNC is true, but let's educate the viewers. The DNC in 2016 were broke. They could not do anything. So look up, did the DNC accept money from the Clintons? Now look up, did
That
the
is not
DNC create?
problematic.
Now look at no, let's stop. Look up, did the DNC create Bernie Bros? And then after this chat, look this one up. Did a CNN news reporter who was hosting the debates get fired from CNN because she exposed, she gave leaks to the Clinton campaign about the debate topics?
Cool. Okay, that was 2016.
Cool,
That was
sorry, bro, it's whatever.
That was 10 years ago. Right now, we are in the we are in fascism.
No, we can make it relevant then. That's beautiful. Let's make it relevant. Did Biden say he was only going to run one term?
Yes.
What happened? I think I mean, the old man was sick. God bless his heart, because it turned out to be true. Lies to the people, lies to all of you guys, lies to me, and says, I'm running again. We're doing it back to back like Drake.
Dang,
and
the
then what
most
happens?
egregious lie ever.
What happens? No, then what happens? Yo, I actually can't do this. I actually can't. Let's make it unfair for Mrs. Harris and give her a bullshit ass campaign.
He
So
changed his
unfair for
mind,
Mrs. Harris. So unfair.
Trump lied 30 times his
What
first
changed his
30,000
mind?
times, dude.
He made a promise.
Yeah,
How old
Trump
was he?
promised
He knew
that
what he was doing.
Trump promised Project 2025 wasn't a thing. He promised that that
And it's
foreign
not.
countries pay. Dude, all right, look at this. Observer.
Dude, I'm cooking
Project
right now.
2025. Look at this.
Yeah,
Project
let's move on from
2025.
everything I just said about the DNC. Let's
Look
move
at this.
on.
Project 2025 tracker. Overall progress 53%. He is doing it. He lied to you.
I don't trust whoever runs his website. What if it's run by Israel?
Okay. You can. Israel will be trying to hurt Democrats, not Republicans.
Nope. That's not true.
Yes, Trump.
They're the ones who want us divided, actually.
Trump, who's best friends with Netanyahu. Are you kidding me?
Oh, and Mrs. Harris wasn't going to be friends with him?
No, she fucking she didn't even show up when he showed up.
She wasn't
to Congress.
pro-Israel?
No.
Wait, hold on.
Not as much as
what,
Trump.
what was she? No. Stop saying that. Because I'm being genuine here. When you said Trump, I'll even say it. Trump pulled a chair from him. I'll even say it. Trump's a Jew. Trump's a Jew now. He's Mark Levin. You saw what Mark Levin told him. And what did he say? It's true. Right? So don't start like this is why you guys keep losing. This is why you guys keep losing the young vote, young men.
I don't know what that means. Double standards, dude. Double standards. See it, Pixie. Thank you so much for the $40 for the kick. Ugh. Bro's obsessed with most irrelevant things. Hello.
Yo.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I was trying to clarify something. He said that the fact that the DNC proves we're misogynist, and then also uses the fact that they put Hillary Clinton, a woman, over Bernie Sanders, a white man.
Yeah.
I don't get his argument.
That's a good
there.
point. That's a good point.
All right, that's all I want to say, Pickles.
Yeah, thank you, dude. W Pixie's in the chat, dude. Like, how are you caught up in all the things that don't matter at all? Look at the world burning. Look at the United States. Look at half of the country not believing that the 2020 election wasn't rigged. Like, it's broken. Half of the country are more scared of trans people than Nazis. Bernie is a socialist. That's why he's a capitalist. Kept emphasizing AOC's looks. Yeah, I mean, she is beautiful. She is gorgeous, inside and out. But I just don't know if that's who I want to run in, like, the most important election in U.S. history. worried about the DNC back in 2016. Look at the rampant corruption in the RNC right now. If you're not a Trump-backed person who espouses election lies, who tries to put Trump on dollar bills and bridges and build arcs and ballrooms, you're out. Trump will pay millions and millions of dollars to have someone run against you, get the fuck out, and who will yes man everything that he says and will back even the worst conditions of the economy and cheer for Trump as it happens. Ro Khanna, 2028. This doesn't seem like the time to run. I love AOC and she'll do incredible things. Yeah, I agree. Dude, AOC is great. She's got great positions on everything. She's smart. She has the right position on most things. Universal health care, free college, progressive tax rates, tax the fuck out of the rich. Trump is the opposite. You're not rich. If you're not rich, you shouldn't be voting Republican. If you're not the 1%, you have no business running a Republican. Stupid. If you still support Trump after everything, no amount of research will help you. I agree. I opened the phone line back up if you want to try calling one more time. Republicans don't read. They read the funny papers. That's it. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Well, just to kind of explain where I'm at. So I'm a Trump, but honestly, I'm shifting more independent. But right now, I'm still pro-Trump fundamentally. So the reason that I like Trump is because I think we're facing a big shift in the next 3 to 5 years, particularly with like robotics and automation. So I don't want to like tell too much about myself, but I work at one of those like large language model places.
Mm-hmm.
And essentially, like if you look at like OpenAI's like large language model from 3 years ago, it could barely write a paragraph. Like that was like the basic capability. When you look at it now, it's scoring in the top like 90th percentile on the LSAT, right? So the capabilities of the technology is expanding. And then when you look at like humanoid robots with like Figure, have you heard of Figure?
Mm-mm.
So like Figure is like a humanoid robotics company that makes like humanoid robots essentially for industrial use, but they're also getting into like household like robotics. And Figure 1 to Figure 3 was a huge jumping capability. Like the cost dropped like 95%. It can now make one for like under $50,000. It has like induction charging through the feet. So my basic argument for why I think we have to have a more nationalist outlook is because we don't, like in terms of immigration, having more immigrants does not actually benefit the United States at this point. Because the truth is with like AI and robotics, we're going to be able to produce things like you're not going to need as many employees. Like we're going to transition to some sort of like UBI or some sort of like owner-based system. It's just a question of like what model we transition to. And I would argue that
I don't think Republicans will ever give us UBI. Do you really think that's who's going to do it?
I think it is, but the thing is, right? So like the Democrats, my issue with the Democrats is like Andrew Yang I was like very like pro Andrew Yang, right? But the thing with Andrew Yang, or the thing with the Democrat Party is like Andrew Yang didn't really gain any sort of traction. Whereas I think the Republican Party might be more likely to do some sort of like owner-based system. Like,
but that's
I
communism
think
and socialism, isn't it?
Well, no, I think they'll phrase it as like an American dividend, or like you're already seeing like JD Vance kind of like indicate like an anti-tech kind of like feel like somewhat. Like he hasn't like fully committed to it, but I do think that's where he's going to go.